I would like to call to order the meeting of the National Board of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. I ask all of you to please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend Poole, Division Chief Clergy Support, would you please come forward for the invocation? Right here, sir. There we go.
Grace and peace be with you this day from God our Father. Would you please bow your heads for the invocation this morning? Our Heavenly Father, as we begin our National Board meeting for 2022, help us to realize the great promises it holds for all of us, your servant leaders. As we engage with colleagues and friends, let it be a time to reflect on the mission and core values followed and achieved last year, and also a time to look forward and re-examine our commitments in serving and supporting the United States Coast Guard as auxiliarists. Father, bless us, we pray, as we strive to remain accountable to our mission, our leadership, and our commitment to excellence necessary to meet the needs of the future. Help us to focus on ways we can remain tolerant of all, understanding that a diversity makes us better individuals and an accountable auxiliary. Father, help us to devote ourselves to being the best auxiliary we can be while always realizing we must remain honest in all that we do. Help us to be dependable, always focused on achieving that which we set out to accomplish. And help us, Father, to see the many opportunities that you give us to contribute to boating safety and the safety of our nation as we always strive to be ready to serve others. Keep us, our active duty brothers of the reserve and active duty and their families, always in your care, as your grace, mercy, and love endures forever. This we ask in your name this hour. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend. I want to shout out for Reverend Poole. What this man has done for the clergy program is amazing. You know, when they introduced this program, I don't have to hold your hand the whole time.
Thank you.
When they introduced this program, the requirements to be a clergy in the Coast Guard Auxiliary are very high. And one of the initial fears were we just simply aren't going to get anybody to do this. There's not enough people out there. Yesterday, or the day before, we reached over 100 clergy support personnel. And it's because of this man.
Our team.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you, sir.
Commodore Formato, can you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gus. Now, at this time, I'd like you to ask you to join me in a moment of silence as each of us, in our own way, remember the members of the Coast Guard, active reserve, civilian, and auxiliary families watching at home and abroad, and also for those that have crossed the bar. Thank you. Terry?
It is my pleasure to introduce the head table. Oh, you may be seated. Sorry. It wasn't in the script.
It's like church, up and down.
I went off script.
But the good news is, when we all stand, I know everybody has pants on, so it's...
It is my pleasure to introduce the head table. Please hold your applause until all are introduced. First, the National Commodore, Alexander Molesky. To his right will be, a little later this morning, Deputy Commandant of Operations, Vice Admiral Scott Bushman. To his right is Commodore Linda Merriman, Deputy National Commodore, Information Technology and Planning. Continuing to her right is Commodore Thomas Mullally, Deputy National Commodore, Atlantic Area West and Mission Support. To his right, the Chief Director of Auxiliary, Captain Troy Glendy. On Commodore Molesky's left, Vice National Commodore Gus Formato. To his left will be, shortly, Rear Admiral Richard Timmy, Commander, 8th Coast. Oh, he's
And magically, he appeared.
he's here. I'm sorry you snuck in. I was told you weren't going to be here. My deepest apologies.
The stealth ad.
That's right. To his left, immediate past National Commodore Larry King. To his left, Commodore Mary Kirkwood, Deputy National Commodore, Pacific Area and Operations. To her left, Gary Barth, Deputy National Commodore, Atlantic Area East and Recreational Boating Safety. Seated, oh, go ahead. Seated out front are Assistant National Commodore Force Com, Greg Kester, Assistant National Commodore Response and Prevention, Rick Saunders, Assistant National Commodore Recreational Boating, Robert Lauer, Assistant National Commodore Performance and Student Programs, Peter Jensen, Assistant National Commodore Diversity, David Porter, Assistant National Commodore Information Technology and Planning, Susan Davies, President of National Association of Commodores, Commodore Robert Lauer. To my right is Assistant Chief Counsel Jean Suchadolski. She's representing ANACO Chief Counsel Doug Cream. And to her right is the 33rd Past National Commodore Rick Washburn. There are also special guests who have taken time from their schedules to be with us at the national training. Rear Admiral Carrie Thomas, U.S. Coast Guard retired, from Coast Guard Mutual Assistance. Chaplain of the Coast Guard, Captain Thomas Walcott. Captain Mark Walsh, U.S. Coast Guard retired, National Coast Guard Museum Association, and Lieutenant Commander John Rice did have to leave this morning, I believe, but he would have been here. From Coast Guard Headquarters, we have Commander Edgardo Cruz, Lieutenant Christopher Booth, YN-1 Samantha Tober, Master Chief Travis Park, Commander Steve Minutolo, U.S. Coast Guard retired, Commander Steve Keel, U.S. Coast Guard retired, and Chief Petty Officer Zig Wilson, U.S. Coast Guard retired. We're also pleased to have Mr. Randy Ernst from the Auxiliary National Supply Center, as well as Commodore Vin Pika, President and CEO of the Coast Guard Auxiliary Association. Also, thank you to the DIROCs and OTOs that were able to join us today. So a big welcome for everyone. I will now conduct a roll call of the National Board. National Commodore Alex Molesky.
Here.
Vice National Commodore Gus Fermato.
Here.
Immediate Past National Commodore Larry King.
Present.
Chief Director Auxiliary Captain Troy Glendie.
Present.
Deputy National Commodore Atlantic Area East and Recreational Boating Safety Gary Barth.
Present.
Deputy National Commodore Atlantic Area West and Mission Support Thomas Mullally.
Present.
Deputy National Commodore Pacific Area and Operations Mary Kirkwood.
Present.
Deputy National Commodore Information Technology and Planning Linda Merriman.
Here.
Deep breath. District Commodore 1st Northern Byron Moe.
Here.
District Commodore 1st Southern Mark Stone.
Present.
District Commodore 5th Northern Joe Giantasio.
In attendance.
District Commodore 5th Southern Alan Fred.
Present.
District Commodore 7th District Pat McMiniman.
Present.
District Commodore 8 Coastal Region Patrick Feary.
Present.
District Commodore 8 Eastern Matt Meyer.
Present.
District Commodore 8 Western Rivers Jeff Geddes.
Present.
District Commodore 9 Central Catherine Slaybaugh.
Present.
District Commodore 9th Eastern Clark Godshaw.
Present.
District Commodore 9 Western Harvey Randall.
Present.
11 Northern is not in attendance. District Commodore 11 Southern Charles Geiger could not attend. He's represented by his Chief of Staff Rick Ebel.
Present.
District. You shot me. District Commodore 13th District Tiny Singler.
Present.
District Commodore 14th District Denise Ankrum. District Commodore 17th District Johnny Janet could not attend. He's represented by his Chief of Staff Marion Parrish.
Present.
And President, National Association of Commodores, Robert Lauer.
Present.
Council, do we have a quorum? Mrs. Sadowski?
She's counting.
Oh, we have.
I gotta use my hands.
She's a lawyer.
All that education.
Yeah,
Yes, Commodore, we have a quorum.
that's encouraging. If we're not having fun, we're not doing it right. You know? We have to remember that. Welcome to the National Board meeting for 2022. The theme of this meeting is Ready, Resourceful, and Resilient. And Joe, the fact that you did it differently does make you special, but not the way you anticipated. I hope that each of you finds your time here spent worthwhile, and especially to our YouTube viewers, I hope that you find this worthwhile. And I have a few statistics, a few metrics, and we all know how the Coast Guard loves metrics. We just started this, Patrick, was it a year ago when the first time we did it was a national board meeting?
It's about to be 2 years in August.
In August, first time that we live stream these meetings. It will be 2 years in August. Since then, we've had 9,500 views. That's 9,500 more views of our meetings than was ever before. Which is amazing. Over 5,400 hours of viewing our meetings on YouTube. This is not boats going through the Hollover Inlet or airplane crashes. This is our meeting. So this is our members. As I said yesterday, we had people in Italy checking in. Did you talk to your relatives? From Italy, also in Guam. It's amazing, an amazing thing. Now, we're going to take an audible here, and one of our special members, not special like you, all right, but has to leave early, has a change in plans, and we're going to do an award presentation right now. Okay?
All right, the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal is awarded to the auxiliarist who have contributed exceptional meritorious service to the Coast Guard or auxiliary. Mr. Frederick Saunders, please come forward. Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal to Mr. Frederick G. Saunders, Jr., United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Mr. Saunders is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Director Response from November 2018 to October 2020. He demonstrated exceptional initiative, leadership, and management skill in spearheading many intricate projects while overseeing the day-to-day administration of response operations and programs, as well as constant coordination with the National Executive Committee, the National Board, 16 regional operational program managers, and 35 national staff positions. He ensured auxiliary preparedness to support Coast Guard response to several major natural disasters, including Hurricane Michael, Florence, and Dorian. This included ensuring auxiliary readiness for telecommunication support of COMCOM and post-event aerial aids to navigation and damage assessment missions. He was instrumental to integration of risk management training across all auxiliary operations and developed a Rescue 21 Best Practices Guide and revised personal qualification standards for telecommunications operations. His extensive development of detailed auxiliary facility background information was invaluable to user acceptance testing and evaluation of operational functions of the new AUXData 2 information system. Mr. Saunders' dedication and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Mr. Saunders. You may be seated.
All right, we have a full agenda today, a lot to do, a lot of recommendations, so I'm sure you'd like me to cut my remarks from 20 down to 10, 15 minutes. No. The next item on the agenda is to recognize the staff. Now, Terry came up to me before and said, well, we're very busy, we have to skip this. And I pointed to my copy of the agenda and my handwritten notes that say, most important part of the agenda. I said, we can't skip this, otherwise I'd probably be haunted. But I want to pay a special tribute to the people that make this happen. And those people made this happen this week. I've been here since Saturday. They've been here since, what, Thursday?
We came Wednesday.
Wednesday, all right, show off. But the amount of work that goes into this, many of you run your D-trains and other events, is tremendous. But they do such a great job. And the thing that you have to know is they did this meeting, but every national event that we had to postpone or cancel, we were ready to go. All that work was done. This was scheduled for January. We were ready to go. And the hotel told us that we had to give them an answer by January 5th because that's when they start buying food and preparing. And if we would cancel after that date, they would have a substantial financial loss. So we let them know ahead of time. But we were ready to go. And it's all this work that these people do, and they do a tremendous job. The conference administrator, D. Hendrickson. Don't anybody cross D. Let me just cross here. Conference coordinator, Bob Hendrickson. Audiovisual, Patrick Brown, Stephen Yancey. These are the people that make this happen here and on YouTube, which is, we're in the 21st century now. We're doing it. We've changed the paradigm. We are letting members literally across the world see how we conduct our business, which I think is tremendous. Conference staff, Gary Barth. He has to answer to Terry all the time. Sean Hart, Susan Kendall, Richard Miles, Patrick Malone. Photographer, Robin Priestley. He will let you buy the negatives, just so you know. And NACO 8, Bob Fabich. And of course, as my wife refers to her, my auxiliary wife, Terry Barth. Let's hear it for them.
It is my honor to introduce Rear Admiral Richard V. Timmy. Rear Admiral Timmy serves as the commander, 8th Coast Guard District, and is responsible for Coast Guard operations spanning 26 states, including the Gulf of Mexico coastline from the Florida Panhandle to our nation's border with Mexico, the adjacent offshore waters and outer continental shelf, and the inland waters of the Mississippi, Ohio, Missouri, Illinois, and Tennessee river system.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be here in person and see you all. The Commodore alluded to some of the challenges, and I'm going to talk about those as well. But it was always told to me, if you go to Cape May and you get with the recruits, you kind of get re-blued. That you recharge that feeling of belonging to our organization. And I tell you, I get that from the national events with all of you. And I come in and I get the energy, I get the enthusiasm, I get the commitment. And so I'm glad to rejoin you in person. I think the last one was NACON in Orlando a couple years ago. It was the last time.
Ntrain here in 19.
Yeah, so it's been a while.
2 years.
And so last night was great. I got to briefly meet some of you, and then break bread with some other folks, and again re-blue, kind of recommit. A special thanks to Chaplain Walcott. I see him out there, and appreciate not only the chaplain but all the rest of our folks who have traveled far to be here and join this event. I look forward to seeing Admiral Bushman here later on today as well. It has been a few challenging years, to say the least, and I'm sure that over the last week or so you have addressed some of that. I'm going to borrow your table here because that doesn't stay. And it is, I think, oh, Gerlindy, how are you? Good to see you. It has been a challenging few years, right? And so I will list them because it's part of the speech. It's pandemics. It's government shutdowns, it's continuing resolutions, it's political and social unrest. And wow, I now get to say it's war in Europe. If it's not one thing, it's another thing that continues to challenge us as professionals, as people, as members of this organization, and in our personal lives. I see Admiral Thomas as well. And that leads me to, some of we've had great support from so many folks through these challenges, whether it's mutual assistance, the Coast Guard Foundation, to help get our families through, the Chief Petty Officers Association, that have been really contributing to our Coast Guard mission and getting it done. Because that's, despite these challenges, I will say thank you to all of you, because we're getting the mission done. The Coast Guard is executing our mission. We are making our responsibilities happen for our maritime stakeholders and our maritime public and our people, despite those challenges. COVID has been one of them. And I keep thinking we're through it, and we're really not. There are still challenges for the leadership of our organization to get folks through this. It is an emotional issue, not just a medical issue, and I think we need to recognize that for our people, and I think we have, and that's one of the reasons it's taken so long to continue to adjudicate all the things that go with vaccination policy, because we are not moving through this at a rubber stamp pace. We are doing the due diligence that's required to treat with respect our entire workforce and the concerns they have with it, and minimize the mission risk to the Coast Guard. And I will tell you this, and so you can take this forward, from a Coast Guard perspective, we manage the vaccine and the disease through a risk to mission lens. That's it. That's it. How do I most keep my force ready to deliver mission? And that's really the only lens we use. And then everything else we focus on through that lens. We look at all the other accommodations that we might put into place to do that. But it boils down to, how do I keep the Coast Guard ready to execute? And so that kind of guides us. And I think that although it means a little bit of uncertainty for some of the workforce, and although it means a little bit more time to get through these issues, we're willing to commit to that as an organization, to keep every coastie safe and keep every coastie in uniform as we move forward through this. Some of the other challenges I'll point out to you, and you share them with us. Recruiting. Active duty Coast Guard is 1,100 members short right now. 1,100 is a big number for an organization that's got 40,000 people in it. And we'll probably miss our recruiting goals this year as well. That continues to be a challenge for our recruiters to get into spaces with large amounts of potential coasties in it, right? High schools, sporting events. These things are just coming back, and there are still restrictions in many places. And so that's kind of challenged the recruiting force to get out there. So 1,100 short, probably going to miss it a little. We'll be looking for bodies for a few years here. We have a program, and I was thinking about this earlier. We have a program now called Everybody's a Recruiter for the active duty Coast Guard. Get somebody into boot camp. If they get off the bus at Cape May, you're going to get a recognition for that through the Commandant's letter of commendation, and 1 point on your service-wide if you're an enlisted team. And it's working. We put over 320 people through last year on Everybody's a Recruiter program. That's pretty good. Where it wasn't a recruiter who got that person in the door, it was somebody else outside of the recruiting cadre. And so I advertise that to all of you because you are actually eligible for that as well, and the awards that go with that. But I also mention it because that's how you've always operated. There is no recruiting force for the auxiliary. It's you. You are the recruiters, right? And we need to extend that model throughout the active duty Coast Guard to bring folks in through your look to your churches, your communities, your workplaces, your families. Who do you want to serve with in this Coast Guard? And it will make a real difference. So we talked about, I talked about government shutdowns and continuing resolutions, which leads me to my discussion of non-monetary incentives. How do we continue to motivate, recruit, and retain a workforce, like all of you, with non-monetary incentives? Because I think that's important to consider on the active duty side as well. I'm not going to buy my way out of the problem of recruiting the next generation into our workforce. It has to be what the workforce experience is for those folks. It has to be the other things that motivate us. First of all, I think it's our mission. It's always going to be our mission. We get to do some neat stuff. You put this uniform on, the uniform of your country, one that's been around for 200 plus years, and you go out and do some neat stuff, right? Whether it's crawl an 800-foot tanker, whether it's go do a search and rescue case, whether it's break ice in the Arctic. I mean, there are neat things to attract us to this job. And it is a hard one, and it will continue to be challenging. We'll continue to be underfunded. We'll continue to be understaffed. We'll continue to work on an infrastructure that's a little old. But we do it because of the mission. And so I think we're getting better and continuing to focus on, from an active duty side, on how do we take care of those things that really should be easy to do, right? Policy changes. We've done a great job with the women's retention study and looking at things that were non-monetary solutions to aggravators that drove people out of the service. And so how do we take that model and go across the board and say, how do we continue to get folks in the door? Because I'm probably not going to be able to pay them more money. It's going to be about what you experience in your Coast Guard experience. So that brings me to IT. So, well, you got some talent at the national level in our auxiliary for IT. And I will tell you, one of the things that our workforce coming into the Coast Guard, probably there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance when they come in, right? You can join the Coast Guard at 18, you've got your iPhone, you're buying your car, you're buying a mortgage, you are doing everything in your iPhone. And I gotta tell you, your Coast Guard experience is not gonna be that when you come into the workforce, right? You're gonna be pounding on the table saying, my email doesn't work. We've got to close that gap. That's a big one, right? So the workforce of today, the 18 to 24-year-olds coming in, have a certain expectation for what their workplace experience should be as seamless as their home experience, right? I don't like the cable company any more than anybody else, but they're beating us, right? They're providing probably a better online internet experience in many places. Now we're working on it, so I want to give credit to CG6 and the folks at C5I. They are working on it. We have taken on a whole new technology challenge and arc to modernize the IT for our folks. And we kind of had to start someplace. There's been another challenge. I don't know how much it's affected all of you, but it's the financial systems modernization program. Okay, there you go, a lot of groans. Okay, bear with me, bear with me. So FSMS was a Band-Aid that needed to come off. That had to, right? You're patching together systems from the 70s and the 80s. It was gonna sting no matter what. And it also has been a place where we had to put kind of IT enterprise focus and IT dollars to modernize, right, along with the department. So as that Band-Aid comes off, as we work through those issues, which I think will unfortunately remain through us with the rest of this fiscal year, as that sting goes away, that allows the organizational focus to come back to the workforce experience. It's mobility, it's modernized systems, it's bring your own work device to work. The things that I think a workforce expects today and sees in many other places. Do not underestimate the cyber challenge, right? There is a cyber issue that goes with this, and we will work with across the government to make sure that what we do is cyber compliant, is not a risk factor to our enterprise or the larger DoD or governmental enterprise, since we're linked into those things. And that takes time, but we're getting there. And I think the focus will shift to that. Okay, those were some of the challenges. It's a great time to be in this uniform. Let me tell you why. So the fiscal year 22 budget did pass. There was an 8% bump in OE operating expenses for the fiscal year, and it's now coming our way. We get to execute almost a 10% bump in operating funds for our organization. That's a great sign from this nation, the trust they have in us to do that during these times. You are modernizing the fleet of aircraft and vessels that our people serve on, right? We're going to an all C-130J fleet. You're moving to almost an exclusive HH-60 fleet across the Coast Guard. The 65s will remain for a few different missions. You're creating new classes of cutter in the Arctic security cutter, perhaps a medium cutter up there. You're looking at, and people are pushing for another Great Lakes icebreaker. You're creating 30 more waterways commerce cutters on the rivers. The OPC is underway. Congress just gave us, in this last budget, money for additional fast response cutters beyond our program of record. We have good news for our fleet. You're going to have a modern fleet into the next half a century for our people. That's a phenomenal story. I love telling people, you know, unfortunately in the 30-year career I had or have, I missed anything with ice, right? We were down to 2 icebreakers. We had all the wind classes in the 60s and 70s. Missed that piece. We had the 2, they were on life support. Now you're back to, you can plan a career on a red hull cutter and be out and be an expert that's going to be out at the forefront of great power competition across our globe, protecting the sovereignty of this nation in the Arctic and the Antarctic. That's a phenomenal story. We have great stuff ahead for the Coasties who will be in uniform for the next 50 years. So the challenge is getting them in the door. So we have a great budget picture there. We're building the cutters. I think our organization is getting more nimble at dealing with some of the bureaucratic issues out there. You might not believe it, but I think we are. It might not be visible in some of the security issues. It might not be visible in some of the IT issues. But I think what's seeping in is the necessary reality that we've got to react quickly. The OODA loop, who's my fighter pilots, right? So the OODA loop, observe, orient, detect, and act. Or D, I got the D wrong. But the ability to see the change, understand what we need to do to meet it and get ahead of it, I think we're closing that by willing to be more flexible in policy, because that's the lever we have. Can't change the statute, can't change the regulation, but I'll be able to use policy changes. I see the uniforms over. That's a policy change. I know we're rolling that out. I hope that's a workforce incentive, right? I hope that that's one of these non-monetary incentives where we give folks a better workforce experience. And I think I think that's where we're getting a little better, a little more nimble at. We got 48 seconds left. There's probably not enough time for questions.
Admiral, you're the admiral.
All right then. Any questions? Yeah, 48 seconds.
Going once.
Yeah.
All right.
Sir, Peter Jensen, PS. We have a lot.
Wait
Oh,
for the
Mike's coming.
Our viewing audience wants to hear you, Peter.
Sir, we have a lot of former active duty Coast Guard members in the auxiliary.
Yeah.
This would be a wonderful source of strength and recruiting for us. Would it be possible, if we were to prepare a standard recruiting packet, would it be possible to get this into the hands of all separating personnel, some of whom are only in their 30s and 40s?
Yeah, I can't actually answer that and make it's out of my lane, but I think it's a great idea. The aide will take it back. We'll take it back and say, hey, what are we putting in people's hands? And please have a seat. And
Thank you, sir.
It's a great segue to an issue I didn't touch on, was the Coast Guard Reserve. We're short 1,000 people in the Coast Guard Reserve, and we have been. And I've had a lot of discussions with the reserve leadership and said, hey, you know, how how are departing Coasties not just putting on the the reserve uniform? And the same thing is going to be for the kind of perhaps the auxiliary thing. And I think, well, it's going to be a little different because what I've heard is anecdotally, one of the biggest dissuaders from going into the reserves is that concern about being immediately recalled. Right, so we have run our reserves and our auxiliary very hard over the last few years between the hurricanes, between Deepwater Horizon, between every other crisis that we need to be ready, resilient for. We are pulling our auxiliary and our reserves into that. For our reserves, I think there's some of the concern that's been, hey, you know, I need to get my feet under my civilian career. Can't afford to be deployed for a year after I get out. The auxiliary is going to be a little different, right? There's much more of that hey, you know what? I'll be able to take I'll have a little more control over my Coast Guard experience from an auxiliary standpoint. So I think it is a good place to do that outreach and grow those numbers. But we'll take it back. We'll see what the recruiting folks have or haven't done at BSX to do that. I'll put on BSX. Where's BSX? Where'd it go? There you go. So. Well, great. I know we're going to go over time here, but I do appreciate the question. I do appreciate the opportunity. I'll be here to mingle and socialize and catch up. Girl, Lindy, we'll catch up and see folks. Thanks for what you do every day for our Coast Guard. You are a force multiplier. That's been true for my entire career as an operations support professional. The auxiliary team has been part of my team, and I continue to appreciate that in the 8th District, we are leaders in crisis. We are good at that job because we are a team and we leverage what our auxiliary can do for us to do record hurricane seasons year after year. So thank you so much.
There's going to be a test. I just want you to know.
Okay, I'll speed read it. Thank you.
Okay, Terry, the next item, please, and be kind.
It is my sincere pleasure, yet with sadness, that I introduce to you for the last time the Chaplain of the Coast Guard, Captain Thomas Walcott. Chaplain Walcott will be retiring April 20th. Captain Walcott reported as Chaplain of the Coast Guard in April 2018.
Does this count as part of my 20 minutes?
It does. Go Bucks.
You know, I made a commitment to myself that I was not going to mention anything about November 27 unless Terry brought it up first. And she started it. 2 years ago, she kindly gave, you know, you can never have enough rags and handkerchiefs. So 2 years ago, she very kindly gave me this handkerchief. And I've used it twice already today to mop up some coffee that people spilled. So thank you very much for that gift. But you started it. One reason I'm sad about leaving active duty is every time we talk, I remind her that I wear maize and blue to work every day. And that's only going to last for 2 more years or 2 more months. But it's very good to be here with you. It is always a highlight of the year to join together with you here in St. Louis and in Orlando, and it's certainly something that all of us have missed for the past 2 years. Admiral, leaders, thank you for the privilege of addressing this great group of people yet once again. As I stand up here, I can't help but think about the first time I stood in Orlando in front of this group of people, and I knew next to nothing about the auxiliary. I now know just nothing about the auxiliary. I'm a little better. I could not understand why auxiliary districts were not the same as Coast Guard districts. I could not understand all these initials and all these titles, but I'm getting a little bit closer. And I knew how to spell ACS, but that's really about all I knew about that program. And we spent about a week there with the senior leadership of the auxiliary program at that time. And I left that week very impressed with the passion, the quality, the professionalism, and the dedication of all the parts of the auxiliary, but especially from my frame of reference from our ACS chaplains, and we had 16 of them at that time. And when I stood before that group, I made two commitments that first year, and that was we were going to recognize the fact that our chaplains are religious ministry professionals, and we were going to allow them to wear religious identification on their uniforms, which they couldn't wear prior to that, and we were able to do that. And we were also going to recognize them as staff officers, national staff officers, and they could wear that insignia, and we were able to do that. And I think the program got off to a very good start. And here we are 4 years later. And I'm not a singer, but I remember a commercial, I don't remember what it was for, cigarettes, I think, about "You've come a long way, baby." And our ACS program has indeed come a long way. As the Commodore mentioned already, we started with 6 5 years ago. We've had 100 people who have applied to and been accepted into the program. Unfortunately, in our moments of remembrance earlier this morning, we remembered 2 of our ACS chaplains who passed away in the past 2 years. We've had a couple of chaplains who had to leave the program for other reasons, but we are at 91 and counting, and they are doing a tremendous job. Every time I meet with the Vice Commandant, she asks me how many we have, and that's because 6 months ago she told me I couldn't retire till we had 100. But I'm hoping that she'll have some mercy and I'll go back to, well, we had 100, and we will get to 100 once again. I suspect that thanks to our chaplain leaders who are sitting over here, we'll probably be at 95 or 96 in the next 2 months. I could tell you multiple stories, and I'll just say this. In the last couple of weeks, there's been a couple of significant events, significant times of crisis. And as I've met with Coast Guard leadership, district leadership, chaplain corps leadership about how we were going to respond to those crises, and some of them were overseas, some of them were here in the United States, very quickly in the conversation, the topic turned to, well, what about the ACS chaplains? How can we use them? And I can tell you that when we talk about Coast Guard chaplaincy, I make no distinction between our active duty, our reserve, and our auxiliary chaplain support program chaplains. When I speak to the Commandant and the Vice Commandant about chaplaincy, they know that I'm including our 91 chaplains, and they expect that, and that is how we utilize them. There is no gap between the different branches of our chaplaincy. And that's a testimony to the confidence that not only I have in them, but Coast Guard leadership has in them. The Admiral already mentioned some of the challenges of the past 4 years, and it's been challenging. I don't have to tell anybody about that. And the Commandant has determined that we need to do what we can to be a ready, relevant, and responsive Coast Guard. And I would say from my seat, observing the different things that have happened over the past 4 years, there have been what I call 4 significant things that have helped the Coast Guard stay ready, relevant, and responsive. One is there's been a lot of money invested in mental health resources. Not enough, and it's something that's still being worked on, but the Coast Guard has hired additional mental health professionals to help out our people. We've added 7 active duty Coast Guard billets, which is pretty amazing. We've gone from 41 up to 48 billets, especially to support our cutter forces, which is great. We've seen remarkable support from Coast Guard Mutual Assistance and the Coast Guard Foundation. But in my view, and I think the Commandant certainly agrees with, he's not going to put them in priority, but one of the best things that we have done to help the Coast Guard, to help the men and women of the Coast Guard, the families of the Coast Guard, the units in the Coast Guard, to help them be ready, relevant, and responsive, is we have built up the ACS program. Because we could not do what the Coast Guard needs us to do without these outstanding chaplains. And they are a credit to the auxiliary, and they are doing a wonderful job all the time. I mean, their impact is felt locally. Somebody, right before I came up here this morning, wanted to tell me about the chaplain at their flotilla. They have a tremendous local impact. They also have a tremendous regional impact, because when something happens and we need to send somebody there, more often than not, we turn to our ACS chaplains, and they go. And it also has a Coast Guard-wide impact. In last week, we needed chaplains on 2 of our Coast Guard cutters. Who did we send? We sent ACS chaplains. They got underway, and they provided the support that those cutters needed. Now, none of this would have been possible without great leadership support. The Navy Chaplain Corps, there was some skepticism among senior Navy chaplains about this program. They had never seen anything like this before. They weren't sure how it would work. It took a little while to get them on board, but I was at a meeting earlier this week with all the senior Navy chaplains who cover the Navy and the Marine Corps, and twice the topic came up, how can we get an auxiliary chaplaincy for the Marine Corps and the Navy? And I said to them, well, you've got a problem. I said, the problem you have is you don't have an auxiliary. And you have to have an auxiliary for this to work. Some of you have been around a while and know that there was a time 10, 20 years ago when we talked about chaplain and volunteer chaplains, and there was some pushback about whether it should be nested in the auxiliary. I wasn't part of that, but my predecessor, Greg Todd, saw immediately that that was absolutely the right place, and this program would not work without the auxiliary. I met a chaplain up in Sitka, Alaska a couple weeks ago, or a pastor, who really wanted to help. And I said, we would be delighted to have you help. Here's an application to join the auxiliary. And he said, well, do I have to do that? And I said, yes. He said, is there any waiver for that? And I said, no. He said, is there any way around it? I said, do you not understand what the word no means? You must be a part of the auxiliary because that's what makes this program work. Coast Guard leadership, extremely supportive of this program. Every time I go visit a district admiral, every time I talk to leadership at headquarters, they want to talk about this program. And they understand it and they know it's long overdue. And certainly the leadership that we get from, the support we get from the auxiliary leadership, the BSX team, a couple times, I'll just say a couple times a month, it's probably more than that. I send a letter and an email and I address it to everybody down there and I say, can somebody tell me how you do this or can we do this? And then sometimes Steve especially says, no, you can't do that. But they have been a tremendous support in helping us put this program together and again, we could not have done it without them. And our ACS leadership team is here. We had 2 days of training, just an outstanding group of chaplains who not only obviously have their own lives and some of them have their own still involved actively in ministry, are very much involved as tactical unit level ACS chaplains, but they're also providing leadership to the rest of our ACS chaplains. And it's no surprise to any of you that when you come into the auxiliary, it's a little bit hard to get it figured out. And they are the ones who help our new ACS chaplains navigate that, and they do a great job. It's been a tremendous honor for me to be a small part of this program. When I look back at the last 4 years, one of the things I look at with the most pride is the ACS program and the difference it makes in the life of our Coast Guard. And coming here to be with you is just a tremendous privilege. Apparently, every once in a while I get a little bit of harassment about things that until last year really weren't all that important. I mean, who cared about football before last year? It's become much more important again, and I'm glad. I will admit it's not my fault that the last 2 years NACON and Ntrain were canceled, but each time it was canceled, my first reaction was, oh, that's too bad. My second reaction, at least I don't have to listen to Terry talk about Ohio State. I think it's no coincidence that after Michigan, and I'll give you this, finally won, we were able to come back together as a group once again. So thank you for your support of the program. Thank you for the opportunity you gave me to speak today. Look forward to talking to more of you today. And it's been a privilege to be here and to represent our fine ACS team. And go blue. Very nice. Oh, excellent. Appreciate that.
You'll be attesting this, and before you leave, can you give Terry your address so we know where to send your auxiliary application so you can be an ACS chaplain?
The application is already in. It's already being done, but I've been told by we have a board that reviews all of our ACS packages, and Phil is actually a voting member of that board, by the way. But the other members of the board have told me that there's not a chance that I'm going to get accepted. So we'll see what happens. But the application is in.
Very good. Very good.
You don't get to leave just yet. No, I have just the last 4 years have been a lot of fun in general, but particularly because of Chaplain Walcott. And I think we're proof. You can have a rivalry, you can have disagreements.
But it's a lot more fun when your team's winning.
Well, it is. But you can still have, you know, the law of respect, friendship, the whole bit, and put the other thing aside. So as always, I have something that
It's even bigger than the others.
No. So this is to remember me by, but to make it more palatable for you while you're remembering me, then we made it. We made it house divided.
Very nice.
So there you go.
I will treat it with the respect it deserves.
I have for you, a small one, so he can keep it close at heart when he's not flying it. And I even have from our little rag of a newspaper, a Michigan article. So you
Wow.
got that, and thank you so much, and it's been a pleasure. Carrie to give her presentation on the Women's Leadership Initiative.
There's a reason I'm waiting because I want to make sure. I want to make sure you guys all have the opportunity to get a jump start on getting information off this first slide. So get your smartphones out. You'll need them. Yeah, oh yeah, keep them on silent.
I think everything went out.
Commodore, we might need to take a minute. I've got a computer that I think the video card just crashed.
No technology, all right. Thank you, Admiral, captains, commodores, members of the board, and all my fellow shipmates. Thank you for having me here to speak with you today about the Women's Leadership Initiative. I am Julie Carey. I've been in the auxiliary for about 18 years, and I'm currently a district captain for 8th Western Rivers, and so I'd like to welcome you to my district. I'm also the chair of the newly formed auxiliary chapter of the Women's Leadership Initiative. This initiative was started because we were seeing a need to more actively engage women in the auxiliary, and specifically in leadership roles. The auxiliary is comprised of about 20% women. However, when you take a look at the numbers, our women aren't necessarily finding their way into leadership roles. Some of the numbers that I find most disturbing is that at the flotilla level, which we all know the flotilla is the most important unit of the auxiliary, women only comprise of about 9% of the appointed leadership roles and 10% of the elected leadership roles. And so the WLI was formed to help provide some additional education and mentorship guidance to not only women, but to everyone so that they can help provide that guidance to women and know how to lead their units in that environment. If you've never heard of Affinity Groups, which the Women's Leadership Initiative is one of 10 Affinity Groups recognized by the Coast Guard's Office of Diversity and Inclusion, these groups exist to be able to help communicate to senior leadership as to what it is their group is needing to be successful in the Coast Guard and the Coast Guard Auxiliary. They meet to come up with innovative ideas that may be a little different, unique to their communities, and make sure that any of these issues do get addressed. We are the first and so far the only affinity group that has an auxiliary chapter, and so there's definitely a learning curve that we are trying to make our way through. Now, we have been in existence for about a year now. Our official charter was in February of 2021. We launched this initiative, our chapter, by putting on a presentation about women's grooming and uniform standards. And right away, we saw that this was going to be something that did fulfill a need, because while we utilized the Alumni Association's Zoom account for the first 100 seats that we were allotted, those seats were quickly filled up, and we had to move to a larger account to accommodate more members. And we ultimately had about 250 people in that singular session. And so we started off there. We obtained our official designation as a chapter by becoming an official chapter. That opens up some additional resources for our members, including access to resources from the Alumni Association. They provide a lot of support in managing registrations. They help communicate with email lists, as well as provide administration for the program support funds. These funds are something that you definitely want to know about for your members, because as long as your members are trying to put on a leadership program that supports the goals of the Women's Leadership Initiative, then they are eligible to apply for this funding. And I believe the grants go up to about $500. And so that's definitely resources and opportunities that we want to put into the hands of your members. And when we talk about the goals of the Women's Leadership Initiative, we're talking about activities that provide mentorship, that provide empowerment, education. Right? When we started this, we took a look at some of the specific themes that might apply to auxiliaries. We held a series of 4 reverse town hall meetings where we went out to the membership and said, what is it that you want? What is it that you feel like our women need to succeed in the auxiliary? And through that, we came up with a list of, I think it was about 6 themes, including more information on facilitation engagement. How do we lead meetings? How do we make sure that all the voices in the room are being heard? We talked about the need for just basic education on what leadership classes are available to us. And we had Mr. McClure attend one of our meetings and present on the leadership competencies and the classes that go along with those. We talked about life auxiliary balance, or as we jokingly decided, like maybe sometimes it's more like auxiliary life balance, right? I'm not quite sure which way that should be, probably Commodore's auxiliary life, right? So talk about that, and we had Rear Admiral Thomas speak to us about the Coast Guard mutual assistance and ways that they can help our auxiliaries in times of need. And coming up, and I'm really excited about this, coming up in May, we're going to have Rear Admiral Sandra Soltz come talk to us about her time as the first female commander of one of the icebreakers in the book that she recently released. And so a lot of exciting things coming up, and I know that the other question, or one of the questions that you're probably asking is like, wow, this sounds great. How do I get involved? Well, that is still, honestly, one of the things that we're trying to work out, because we've experienced so much support from the members, and we are still working our way through what it means to be an affinity group, but really, let members know about our programs. Make sure that they're getting these resources into their hands, that they have the opportunities to attend our programming. We have a Facebook page, we have email lists that we're setting up, and let them know that, there might be some money attached for certain activities. So beyond that, it's just making sure that everyone feels welcome, everyone is provided the opportunity to learn, be empowered, and do the best that they can in the auxiliary. And so if you have any questions, I'm here the rest of the weekend. I have my business card. I can get you hooked up to a copy of the presentation that I was hoping to show you today. That does still exist despite other technological challenges, and I'd be more than happy to share that with you. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks much.
I'm now pleased to introduce Captain Mark Walsh, U.S. Coast Guard retired. He's the Chief Operating Officer of the National Coast Guard Museum Association.
Great, thank you, Terry. Good morning, Admiral Timmy, National Commodore, Mr. Vice Commodore. Leadership of the auxiliary, I'm excited to be here this morning to be able to give you an update on the National Coast Guard Museum and let you know that it's exciting times out there for the Coast Guard in regards to the National Coast Guard Museum. As Admiral Timmy said, there's a lot of good things happening. The Coast Guard budget, there's a lot of good stuff happening in the federal budget for the National Coast Guard Museum, which I'll talk about shortly also. I'm also excited to be here in person because I had reached out to Terry to be part of the NACOM here last August. That got postponed in the January postponement. But I can tell you the news I'm going to give today and the information I'm going to give today is light years ahead of what you would have heard last August. So we'll continue to work as I talk through here, so the progress to date and what's up ahead here. So who are we? The National Coast Guard Museum, some of y'all know this already. I know we've talked to some of these conferences before at some of the LDC events, leadership events, and training courses. The National Coast Guard Museum Association is a nonprofit organization that's committed to basically helping the Coast Guard, assisting the Coast Guard, and bringing a National Coast Guard Museum to life. We support the Commandant's intent, which is to build a National Coast Guard Museum in New London, Connecticut that's worthy of the people who have served. And that's the active duty, civilians, auxiliary, reserve workforce. A little bit of history. Basically, 2014 is when the memorandum of agreement was signed between the state of Connecticut, the Coast Guard, the city of New London, and the National Coast Guard Museum Association. That kind of established the location that we are planning to build on in New London, Connecticut. Since then, it laid out the roles and responsibilities of what each organization or agency was going to have to do to make this come to fruition. In that time, we have conducted, probably from 2017 till now, we continue to conduct numerous consultations and environmental reviews. Going through the project, probably from starting at over 30 consultations and reviews. We're down to our last 3 permits now. We'll talk about a little bit about that in the future. We have worked with the state of Connecticut to design a pedestrian bridge. If you're not familiar with the location in New London, it's on the waterfront, but it's across the railroad tracks from the train station and a parking garage. So the state's part of this was like, hey, we will throw money in to support this. We'll bond it out, and then we're overseeing basically a state pedestrian access project also in regards, and the National Coast Guard Museum construction. We've worked hand in hand with the Coast Guard. 092, 0923, and the museum director, the current museum director. I think as we developed the building or designed the building, the Coast Guard's been working on designing the exhibits also. And then looking at in the future what this National Coast Guard Museum is going to be. We're excited with the Commandant's State of the Coast Guard address, where he did name this as the top philanthropic project to date for the Coast Guard. It is definitely it's a $150 million project when you look at it from the Coast Guard's perspective, from our perspective with the design and construction of the building and operating costs of the association, and the state's part of it. So why New London? One, it's mandated by Congress as that's the location of the Coast Guard, the National Coast Guard Museum. But we have a few exciting, obviously, history in New London. The Argus, which is the first OPC that's being commissioned, is going to be, if you can jump to like the 3rd slide, I think I'm there. There you go. So the Argus was home ported there. It's one of the original revenue cutters, and that's our first OPC that's coming online. It was moored about 100 feet from where the National Coast Guard Museum is going to be built. It's a 5-story building with 3 exhibit decks and a theater, a STEM center, and an event center. Those decks are broken up into security, safety, and stewardship decks. Over 200 galleries and exhibits. And then it's broken up into the wings, right? So we have our 5 wings: Defender of the Nations, Enforcers of the Seas, on the Seas, Lifesavers around the globe, Champions of Commerce, and Protectors of the Environment. Eagle has part of this memorandum agreement with the Coast Guard in 2014 was to move Eagle to New London City Pier, which is right downtown. You can see the mast there in the rendering. So it's basically right adjacent to the campus of the museum. That's a big deal to the city of New London when the Eagle is downtown. It is a whole different ball game when you have the Eagle at the foot of the pier. And it's there for at least for part of the year when they're not sailing, training folks. It is in the middle of the transportation hub. It's New London, Connecticut. It's not a major city. We understand that, but it's on a major corridor between Boston and New York, right off I-95. The red brick building to the right there is the train station. There's ferry access right there from Fisher Islands Ferry, the Long Island Ferry, and the local bus routes run there also. So that's key for us, is to have that public accessibility to make sure people get in and out of that. People that we can recruit to join the Coast Guard in the future that may not know about the Coast Guard and have the opportunity either through their schools or visiting or living in New London or the region or virtually also. There'll be a virtual aspect to this. Learn more about the Coast Guard and hopefully want to join the Coast Guard. Next slide, please. Right, so Hawaii National Coast Guard Museum. I don't think I have to explain it to this group of people, but we want to highlight some of these, obviously, to honor the work of the Coast Guard men and women throughout history. Once again, all workforces involved there. It's an opportunity for us to tell the Coast Guard story. We do not have a National Coast Guard Museum. This will be the first, and I'm assuming only, National Coast Guard Museum. There are other smaller museums, either run by the Coast Guard, like the one at the Academy, or the Barnstable is a separate nonprofit organization, the Northwest Museum out in Seattle. So there's a lot of other smaller museums that are either run separately, but we engage all those separate entities also. But it's an opportunity to tell our story and promote the Coast Guard's heritage and history and moving into the future. Like I said, it's an opportunity for us to showcase the Coast Guard in a way that we have not been able to do in the past. And I say we, the Coast Guard. A public building on public land that's available to be used, to be, it would be a free museum. It's a national museum. So we think it is a great opportunity to be able to showcase the Coast Guard to everyone who doesn't know a lot about the Coast Guard. And obviously we have the, you see some of the renderings, iconic facility on the waterfront with the HH-60 hanging in the atrium as you kind of look into the museum and to hopefully educate, engage, and inspire those that come through the doors. Next slide, please. Quick status on where we're at. The building design is 100% designed as of 2019. We were using Payette architects out of Boston, a world-class architect. The exhibits are 100% designed. That's a Coast Guard lead. So once again, let me backtrack a little bit. We're charged with designing, permitting, and constructing the actual building, museum building. The Coast Guard proper is lead for the visitor experience, so everything inside the museum. And that's why we're working hand in hand with the goal of eventually, when it's built, it's handed over for the Coast Guard for operation, gifted to the Coast Guard. But the exhibit design is 100% complete. We continue to go through the permitting stages because it is on the water. And we have 2 state permits remaining and 1 federal permit remaining. So that's my world, and I'm pretty excited about that, but I don't have any influence on how fast that gets done either. It's basically part of the process that we're going through. Construction, we're excited to announce that we are making plans to go to construction on the first phase of construction, the first phase this July, permits pending. I'll jump down to the funding. What pushed us to that here recently in the federal budget was a $50 million grant towards construction of the National Coast Guard Museum out of the federal budget. So that was 2 weeks ago. Great news for us. The Connecticut delegation really pushed hard for that, above the top line of the Coast Guard, so it's not affecting, it's coming through the Coast Guard, but it's not affecting the Coast Guard budget. We've raised about a little over $31 million privately, and our goal is $50 million privately at the National Coast Guard Museum Association. The Coast Guard's committed to up to $30 million for the visitor experience, and the state's committed their $20 million towards the public access. It's interesting, I was looking at the, kind of the breakdown of our gifts so far, our private gifts. About 18 million have come in gifts of $1 million or more. 18 of our gifts. Had about 8 million of gifts between 100,000 and 999,000. And about 5 million from our campaigns, which is our plank owner sustainment campaigns, our flag officer campaigns, American Waterways campaigns, and such like that. So we continue to have a lot of work to do, as you see, working construction, exhibit content. Development is ongoing with the Coast Guard lead with the contract in place. Working on programming, because that's a big thing. I mean, people, it's going to be more than a museum, so we want to make sure that this program is set up right. And that's a Coast Guard lead, but we're supporting that also. Next slide, please. Okay. Here are a couple of the renderings of the galleries. As the Eyster Hole is the company that did the design for the exhibit design. They also did the Army Museum. So if anyone's been to the Army Museum in Fort Belvoir, it's great. I think it opened right before COVID, then shut down, and now it's back open. So a couple of the renderings coming in. Meet the Coast Guard Gallery. It'll be an interactive globe with a timeline, video screens and stuff going around. It's a very high-tech museum also, and you can put a finger on, see what cutters where's the Coast Guard in the world. The Hurricane Katrina Immersive Gallery, right? The visitors can be placed in the chaos following the storm, and we're talking kind of 4D stuff with smells, maybe a little water spray, noises. So you'll be immersed into that event in Katrina. And then then there's a rendering of our Defenders of the Nation wing, as we know the Coast Guard's taken part in every major conflict since its founding. Next slide, please. This is just another kind of graphic of what we've done so far and where we're at. Up to this point, all the background permitting, zoning applications, whatever it may be, we've got to this point now where we're ready to, like I said, start first phase of construction, which is when I say that, part of the deal when we got this is we need to basically prepare the site for the museum. The city of New London donated some acreage there. The state of Connecticut donated some land also, but it's currently submerged, so we got to build that up. And that's the first phase, is our bulkhead and fill project. Square off the property with the current City Pier Plaza, create a new bulkhead there, and get it prepared to build the museum and the pedestrian bridge on. So like I said, that is our goal for this summer. Next slide, please. In closing, just thank you once again for the time to speak here today. This Coast Guard project, which we, the National Coast Guard Museum Association, our board of directors is excited to be part of this. They are definitely committed to, both through time and financially committed to the building of the National Coast Guard Museum. As I mentioned, we work hand in hand with the Coast Guard and the Coast Guard Museum Director as they continue to hire on staff to support the Coast Guard Museum. There is a national museum director hired, but she's been on board for about 2.5 years now, maybe 3 years. There's a director of security and facilities already hired. He's up in New London. They have the deputy museum director hires on the board right now in USA Jobs and several other positions. So I think with the goal of getting 7 of the probably more than 30 civilian hires hired this fiscal year. And we look at the opportunities we have with the auxiliary and hearing the the story behind the chaplain services there, what we can do, how do we make the Coast Guard museum, and what's there available to the auxiliary, and working with the BSX staff and National Commodore to see what's out there to make sure that auxiliary is part of this great project. So. With that said, I am here all day also. I'll be in and out, and any questions about the National Coast Guard Museum, I'm more than happy to help. Right now, there's, or in a couple hours in New London, there's a big press conference with the 2 senators, Congressman Courtney from the state, the mayor, our board chair, and then Rear Admiral Dean, to talk about this $50 million construction money. So it's a big deal for New London, Connecticut. But we want to make sure it's a big deal for the country, because this is a national museum for our Coast Guard. So thank you very much, and have a great day.
National meetings for about 40 years now. No, 40 years. Sorry, 12 years. Oh God. And I think this is an average temperature over that time period at the meetings was about 40 degrees, until I decided to wear winter dress blue.
It's cooling.
It's cooling down. I felt the cool air, but it's it's one of those things. Terry?
Yes. It is such an honor for me to introduce Rear Admiral Carrie Thomas, U.S. Coast Guard retired. She's president of the Coast Guard Mutual Assistance Program. The organization formed in 1924.
Reminds me that I am. So thank you for the introduction. I am Carrie Thomas, retired United States Coast Guard, now 6 years. And it's not lost on me that it's Women's History Month. And having been working with the auxiliary for much of my adult life while I was on active duty, I'm so pleased to see so many women in this room and so many women up here at your head table. And it really, I think what Julie, I can't foot stomp Julie's talk more, because Women's Leadership Initiative run through the Alumni Association is one of those ways that all of us in the nonprofit world work together. And I can tell you that, Larry, Commodore King, knows very, very well that relationship between the foundation and Coast Guard Mutual Assistance during Katrina. And that was the single largest response in our history. And so all of our nonprofits work very, very closely together. And, it's just not lost on me as the head of a 501c3 and now as a businesswoman, that these partnerships are truly, truly important. Okay. While the guys in the back are doing their thing, I will talk about, how many of you have seen me present before? Many, but not all. Okay, we are a 501c3. We are a charity that is stitched together not only with other Coast Guard charities, but as well as other service military aid societies recognized in the law. You can go to the next slide, please. And this is the coalition of relief that we work under. And so what this means is that if someone in the Navy needs support, they could go into the sector in St. Petersburg and get help. Likewise, if a Coast Guard petty officer is on leave in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and needs assistance, can walk right into that Army installation and receive assistance. And then if somebody happens to be in the middle of nowhere, where there is no military installation, that they can go see the Red Cross, and then we just provide bills to each other. Next slide, please. We are a representative board, And one of the great Americans who represents the auxiliary, Mr. Mike Phillips, is not in this picture. He wasn't able to attend this meeting that we had. But I will tell you that Mike is a truly great representative of you all in making sure that your voice is advocated for and that we are meeting your clients' needs. Next slide, please. Do 3 main buckets of assistance: disasters and emergencies, day-to-day family support, and education. You probably can't read that from where you are. I do have some of these brochures. Stop by my table and just pick up the brochures. But I want to highlight a couple of new programs. Education advocates, these are for members who move around and they may have a special needs child, and you're going into a new school in which the school system may not know what legally that they are required to do, either by the federal or state requirements. And there are people that can help advocate for those children, and we provide grants for those. Spouse relicensing, closing costs. This last move season was a tough move on military members because of labor shortages, because of housing price increases, and so pleased to have been able to help a lot of people. About an 1,800% increase in our housing assistance this last year. Assisted reproductive services is a new program for us, and these are for people who want to build a family and cannot for whatever reason it might be, and we're pleased to be able to provide assistance for those as well. Next slide, please. So the philosophy that I really view that's so important is that we're trying to supplement in places where the government cannot. And so as an example, sometimes military members have to move out of their government-provided housing mid-assignment. And the government will move them, but all of their entitlements that they don't get all of those, even if it's a mandatory move for those. So we created a supplemental program for that. We helped we helped 92% of the folks at MSU Homa. And IDA was the second largest response in our history. And we will continue to be there for storms, because there will be others, as much as we would like them to not be. And so happy. And so this focus, we're happy to supplement this idea of readiness, right? Because the district commanders, the unit COs and officers in charge need to make sure that their men and women, when they come to work, are able to perform their missions. And if we can provide any supplements to that to be able to help reduce their stress, we are so happy to be able to do that. Next slide, quickly. How are we funded? Through our annual campaign, through individual donations, through an extensive portfolio of investments that we have, and we've just restructured it. We did pretty well these last couple of years, our portfolio did, and I've been very scared to go onto my computer and actually see what has happened, because I'll just be crying, and nobody wants that. So, and then foundation grants, but we get no supplemental money. We did contemplate during the pandemic, we were 100% remote, we contemplated applying for the Payroll Protection Act monies, but made the decision not to do that because we thought that those monies could be spent in other charities who needed it more than we did. And so happy to have been able to continue our support 100% remote and without really missing a beat during the time frame that we were doing. However, next slide, please. There are some gaps that are out there. And so you see in the bottom right-hand corner our very large staff. We are 10 strong, smaller than a patrol boat crew. And so we can't be in all places at all times to get the word out about what we do. And so there are gaps in knowledge about what we do. We have gaps in the impact that we provide. The continual turnover of Coast Guard members, as you all very well know, you're always educating new commanders, new officers in charge about what the auxiliary is, what your capabilities are, what your experiences are, and just being good mentors to those members. And you've just got to continue to communicate in any way that you can, as often as you can. And during our annual campaigns, a lot of times, Coast Guard men and women, they're very, very busy. They've got duty schedules. They say they already give, they started their gift as an E3 on the deck of their ship that they went to after they left Cape May. And, here they are as an officer in charge, and they're still given that $1 a month. Part of that's on us for not communicating with them and reminding them of our value. And there is confusion amongst the active duty guys because they hear you can't fundraise, you can't fundraise, you can't fundraise. Well, actually, for Coast Guard Mutual Assistance, they can. And legal has done a determination that allows for that. So, my next, here's the problem that I have. Next slide, please. So on this slide, those big blue lines going down are the numbers of donors. So you can see from 10 years ago where we were on numbers of donors. We thought we had plateaued and we're going to be able to start growing that back up, but I think the pandemic probably didn't help us in our annual campaign. And then the campaign numbers, the red line there is the amount of gifts is largely flat for the last 10 years. And then the kind of gray line is assistance out. So those of you who run businesses, you're like, Carrie, this is a recipe for complete implosion. You're gonna run yourself out of a job. It's not quite as bad as it looks. And the reason is because some of the assistance that goes out in the form of loans. And so we loan out the money, we get it back. We loan it out, we get it back. So that's a cash flow problem, different than a revenue versus expenses problem that I have. But it is still a challenge. In the 4 years now that I've been at CGMA, we've provided almost 15% of our historical support to the field in those 4 years. And so trying to figure out, we used to be just about all loans, which was okay, and that is a sustainable model. But I think as a charity, balancing some number of loans and some number of grants is the right thing to do, right? You all passed the hat, if you remember that very tragic fire at under Station Cape Hatteras. Yeah, a couple of years ago, just so tragic. And then you all actually gave more funds than we were able to expend with the family, so we created a special program that lives in perpetuity today for other members that have tragedies like that, and that pot will continue to exist. And so grateful to have been able to work with Vin and the entire leadership to be able to do that. But this is a problem that I think you all as auxiliaries can help us with. And while, of course, your dollars are appreciated for that, that's not what I'm getting after here. Would you shift to the next slide, please? What I would like to propose, and I had the two Commodores here. I ran into them at an event up on the Hill a few months ago and put this out there as an idea, and I would seek your input and feedback on this. I'd like to broaden the AUX-FE program to include CGMA because I think what you can do is you can provide overview of all of our programs. You can close some of those knowledge gaps about, I didn't know that CGMA did that. I didn't know that was available to active duty members, to reserve members, to auxiliarists. To dispel some of the myths that exist, like, what do you mean? You're going to check my credit score, so I'm not going to take your loan. Well, no, in fact, we don't do credit checks, and it does not affect your credit score. And so those are some of the myths and misperceptions that you all can help us dispel. And then engender an entire new a generation of donors. One of the reasons during the pandemic, we provided about $4.5 million in support. $3.5 million, and that was in mostly $500 grants to the typical E5 who was at home with a spouse at home, now not working, and 2 kids at home and 1 computer. And how are you going to have school, right, with 1 computer and 2 kids and no desks and no whiteboard and all of those things? And so in $500 increments, we provided about $3.5 million in support because it was necessary for them. But number 2, strategically, to expose a whole new generation of future donors to what it is. And we think if you all were to approve this concept, that we work with BSX and your leadership team to be able to bring this to life, and very excited about doing that. Next slide, please. I want to mention a minute for the district commander talked some about cyber. Some of you are in our database as donors, others of you are in our database as clients. And your information is so important to us. The security of that information is important to us. We have it on a cloud system, someone that we pay to protect that information for us, and then we just put on multi-factor authentication on top of it. Again, as you all are living in this world, that is an important element of your security, and I want to give you my own assurance that your data is of a very high priority to us. We'd love for you to come tell our stories. A couple of you mentioned that you've had auxiliarists in your flotillas who have gotten assistance from CGMA. We would love to hear those, and so please stop by and let me know how that goes. And so, with that, subject to any questions, that concludes my briefing this morning.
All right, and since we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, what we're going to do is move Rich Mahalsik up to give his remarks, and then we'll take a break after that. Rich, thank you.
Thank you very much, Commodore Maluski, Captain Glendie, Admiral. The reason why I'm here today is Commodore had asked that I speak about this administrative group and the investigations that we've been doing. And I wrote something up, but I figured, well, I'm just going to speak and tell you exactly what had happened. It was a few months after that Commodore Maluski was elected as NACO. We received a call from the Mariners Credential Task Force in which they needed assistance in helping locate, which they believe was up to 1,000 mariners who received their credentials fraudulently. And a lot of these mariners, they were involved in anywhere from operating cargo ships to UPVs to ferry boats. And their concern was that these people were out there operating these vessels with fraudulent credentials. So they needed help with our legal team and in locating these individuals. So immediately I reached out to Doug Cream, who assembled a team of legal people, attorneys that we had, and it was my job to look for investigators, people who had law enforcement experience, in order to help track down and locate these individuals. I immediately reached out to the U director and we looked at the skills bank, and lo and behold, the first thing that I wanted to do is I certainly didn't want to take anyone from who was already involved in a district level, a national level, flotilla, division. I just wanted to have somebody who had no connections because I didn't want to pull from these districts. By the time we whittled it down, we located 772 investigators who had experience as law enforcement, all the way up to FBI, private investigators that we tapped into. We vetted each and every one of them, and we whittled it down to about 10. We then spoke to, at the same time I was speaking with this task force, Of course, legal got involved, rightly so. They wanted to make sure that we were allowed to do it. During the entire time, our legal team, and I'll write this, what we exactly did is, our legal team reviewed evidence and other factual materials in a variety of different databases, reviewed complaints seeking suspension or revocation of mariners' credentials based on the presentation of fraudulent course completion certificates, and then we had to verify the complaints for factual accuracy and the legal sufficiency. All the time our investigators were out there searching the mariners who refused to show up at these hearings and who were dodging the investigators in CGIS. We were giving a list of people. We tracked some people through Hawaii, through Guam, through Asia, and then back. We found 100% of the people that were given to us to find. All right? That's what we did. I was proud of that because we took people out of those, off of those boats who could have caused some serious damage or accidents. So that's what happened. During this entire time of doing this, we received additional, once they saw what we can do, we received calls from CGIS as well. And we also received a request from the Assistant Commandant of Intelligence, who requested that we help staff resident agent offices throughout the Coast Guard. I believe there's like 52 of them. Not only were we asked to do that, we were asked to come into headquarters in order to review their policies. And we were also requested to do background checks, to help do background checks on those entering CGIS. Well, and I have to apologize to Captain Glendie because I did have.
He passed his check.
No, okay. I do have to apologize because CGIS has gone to Captain Glendie and he told them they had to request it on a particular form. During that time, they wanted only 3 types of assistance. After talking to CGIS and telling them everything we could do for them, it went from 3 to like 20. So they're still reaching out to the resident agents' offices to build this, request. But during the entire time we were doing this, it also came up that maybe we needed to also help out the DCOs. There's a lot of investigations that you conduct. And I was mayor of a town, I was chief of police, and I know there were times that I would farm out investigations because I didn't want to be accused of being not impartial, or I wasn't not unbiased or anything like that. So I would send it out to the state police or to the FBI in order to review my cases. And knock on wood, they always came back in my favor. But that's what we wanted to do for the DCOs. If you had a problem or you wanted a second set of eyes, we were there for you. We weren't going to interfere in any way with your investigations, but that's something that the Commodore felt we should, another tool for you. And that's where that came from. The other part of this is the documents. The document group, I don't know if anybody knows, but the Coast Guard Auxiliary, we have an archive. Does anybody know where it is? It's at East Carolina State University. That's where all the archive and all the documentation that we've done forever should be going to, but it doesn't. Last time I think something went there was about 8 years ago. All right, so we need to start utilizing that, and that has to come out. I was involved, I was asked to sit on a few phone calls that Terry Barth had put together for the secretaries, and I can't believe on how passionate these people are when it comes to secretary and the records. They put together a new form, they revitalized the form that they used for the minutes, the 7017 form. It was tested in 5 South, and I have to say that they loved it, and they've now implemented this new form. This form is being used in order to capture the minutes of your meetings. There have been elections that had to be done over or were overturned because the minutes weren't kept properly. These minutes need to be kept, and they need to be stored someplace. And that's why all our vital documents should go someplace, and they should be going to East Carolina State University. Right now, we have a single point of failure is what we have. Only one person has all the information, and it isn't shared or stored anywhere. And we need to get away from that. We need to start storing this information so people can obtain it and look back and make sure it was done correctly. So that's what we have with this document group. That's what we have with this investigation group. It is a tool for everybody. We are here to help the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is the one that actually solicited our help, and I think we've done very well in doing it. We've been very successful. We're very professional. Everyone gets vetted who does work with the Coast Guard on these investigations. There's a lot of sensitive material. We are bound to abide by, this information, personal information on how it's stored and how we send it amongst one another. So that's what I wanted to say. I certainly have more time that I will yield to anybody else. But if anyone has any questions, yes.
Question is in relationship to maintaining records, retention. We're going to need an auxiliary retention table for those records that you wish to keep. Working with the finance folks, we had to basically make up one for the records for the finance area. So it would probably be helpful that we have one of those so that they know exactly how long to keep the records and how important they are. Because just like any other service, some of them are very valuable, but they have a short time lifespan, and other ones need to be kept in perpetuity. So we need to have a better tool for the units to use so that they can do that properly.
Yeah, I agree. I've been to East Carolina State University, and I've looked at the records. They date back to when we first were created, and I have to chuckle because in some of the boxes, there are records that the secretaries have took, and they were on, I think the best one I saw was it was on a Pabst Blue Ribbon bar napkin. Okay? And it's still there. It worked, it's there. And it's amazing on how they kept these records back then, and they stored them, and they're all in archive. So, but if anyone has any questions, I'm around. I'll be more than happy to answer, clarify any concerns somebody has. But that's where, and the reason why it's a standalone is because of the investigations. They do have to be turned to NACO, who would then turn it over to BSX as well. So that does contain a lot of personal information. We want to protect people's information. We want to do it correctly. Yes?
Just for clarity purposes, clearly your focus appears to be on background investigations and criminal activity. The majority of investigations, thank you. The majority of investigations we do on a district level mostly involve policy violations. Are you suggesting you become involved in investigations like that, or do you want to focus primarily on criminal activity?
No, well, we're not doing, the investigations we're doing is civil, all right? These are all civil investigations, civil complaints that are lodged against these mariners. We can't do criminal. We can do background checks. But again, a lot of that is worked out between the Coast Guard legal as well as, Doug Cream's office. But, I don't want to say narrow it down. All I'm saying is that we will do what you would like for us to do. If you feel as though that there was a problem with policy and that you don't want somebody to think that you weren't impartial, that you played favorites, and I hate to say it, let's call it what it is, then you would bring us in, and we would investigate it for you, or support your findings, or dispute your findings as well. All right. What a rip, Jeff.
Oh, come on now, y'all take a breath. I'm not about to go into any of that. I don't have a question. I just want to say, Rich, I love you, man. I just love you. That's all I wanted to say.
So barring any other questions, I will yield my time.
Thanks so much, Rich.
Hey.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Great job. Really great job.
NACO says, Mrs. Barth, do you have any announcements? And I say, so Admiral Carl Schultz, Commandant of the United States Coast Guard, regrets that he was unable to join us today during the National Board meeting, but he's altered his schedule, and he's going to speak to us tomorrow morning at 0800 in this room. The meetings and workshops and everything will begin immediately following his remarks. We understand that many of you already have plans on leaving. You have flight and travel arrangements. Do not change those to listen to a 20-minute briefing with the Commandant, for the simple fact that, if there's flight change fees or whatever, you would not be reimbursed for that. So, we understand that some of you have already, booked flights. This was kind of a last-minute thing. That's fine. And that's all I have. We'll take a 15. Let's be back at 10:35. We'll give you a couple extra minutes.
I reconvene the meeting of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary National Board meeting. In lieu of a roll call, I ask the Deputy National Commodores to confirm the presence of their respective district Commodores. Commodore Barth.
Land East, all present.
Commodore Mullally.
All Commodores are present, sir.
Commodore Kirkwood.
All present.
Thank you. As National Commodore, I confirm the presence of the members of NEXCOM and the President of the National Association of Commodores. Terry?
I'd like to introduce Commodore Susan Thurlow for her Inclusive Leadership, Excellence, and Diversity presentation.
With glasses. Good morning, Admiral, Captain, Commodores, Chiefs of Staff, Directors, and friends. I lead. What does it do? It gives members an opportunity to share concerns, give recommendations, and share best practices that are happening out in their neighborhood. It gives leaders a chance to understand members' concerns and to take action and promote best practices. I come to you today representing the Auxiliary I Lead Focus Group, appointed by NACO to explore how the auxiliary can participate in this initiative. Our vision is for an auxiliary that is a safe, inclusive environment where every member has an opportunity to excel. But a bit of history first. Nearly 10 years ago, the Coast Guard adopted a program called LEAD. It was designed to pay close attention to leadership, excellence, and diversity. The program was rolled out, but the auxiliary was not a part of it. Fast forward to 2021. Commandant Schultz updated the program with the adoption of I Lead, the reason I'm here today. This time, the auxiliary has a seat at the table. For reference, take a quick look at the members of the Coast Guard Council. You will notice that we have active duty officers represented from the enlisted force. We have the reserve forces represented. We have the civilian workforce represented, the chaplain corps, the academy, and the auxiliary. Our National Commodore and Vice National Commodore have embraced the concept and have asked the focus group to make suggestions on how the auxiliary can get this going and become actively involved. This slide shows how the Coast Guard I-Lead Council operates. You will notice that we obtain direct input from the field, and that's the power of the program, assess command climate, assess leadership development, and provide recommendations directly to the Commandant of the Coast Guard. In the auxiliary, we are recommending a similar model so that our district and national leadership have a full picture of how we're doing out in the field. Why are we doing this? You may have heard this yesterday. Why are we doing this? Because the Commandant of the Coast Guard asked us to. But let me share a short story. In the car, listening to Minnesota Public Radio, a recruiter from the FBI spoke to the difficulty of recruiting a diverse workforce and the struggles he faced to do so. But he also stated that recruiting is not the hardest part of his job. Keeping a diverse workforce is where the struggle lies. This is an issue that we in the auxiliary understand. Enter I-Lead. What is I-Lead? I-Lead is a system designed to identify and understand leadership, excellence, diversity, and inclusion issues facing Team Coast Guard. And that means everyone. What isn't I-Lead, or what doesn't the I-Lead Council actually do? The I-Lead Council does not do training. They do not do direct problem solving. The I-Lead Council identifies issues, refers those issues to the experts for background and research, and then shares information and trends with senior leadership. Our focus group has come a long way in a short time. If you look at the slides, we just ginned up here several months ago. By the end of April, we hope to have approval from our senior leadership in the auxiliary and the Coast Guard I-Lead Council to initiate a pilot project. There are two components that you will hear about in the pilot project that you need to know about. A National Auxiliary LDAC, and you'll hear that term and you'll come to know that term. LDAC is Leadership Diversity Advisory Council. For your information, every active duty Coast Guard unit with 50 members or more needs to have an LDAC. So there is a place within those units for members to take their concerns. However, in the Coast Guard I-Lead program, any member can go to a submission form, fill it out. This is my concern, this is my recommendation, or this is a best practice that I think is the best thing since sliced bread, and send it up to the Coast Guard I-Lead Council. So we have the National Auxiliary LDAC, but then we also have the district LDACs, which will be designed to accept the same thing, direct member input. Okay, so here's what a National Leadership Diversity Action Council, go back one, sorry, might look like. See, now I gotta get my glasses adjusted. This is the bad news, sorry. We will have representatives from the geographic areas, or at least this is what we're proposing, and hopefully we'll get this action. We'll have geographic representatives, representatives from leadership, and then bring in experts who can guide us and answer questions for us. This group will develop and recommend a submission form, go ahead, that will be designed specifically for the auxiliary. If you notice, and of course you can't read it, and there's method behind our madness here, the form on the right side of the slide is what the Coast Guard iLead Council is using. But here's the problem. Our members don't have access to this form, so we need to design our own. And that's the good news. So let's go to the next slide and quickly talk about what it's going to look like for the districts, because this is what I'm here basically to sell you on. In order to be sure that we are not top-down, we believe that the district should have a forum of their own to accept and review their own members' concerns. So we will be designing that forum. We want to know, as districts, what are your members thinking? What do they see that you as senior leaders maybe don't see? So we're looking for their ideas, and this will give district leaders a first-hand knowledge of what's on their members' minds. Sometimes we think we know what's on our members' minds, but often we don't. So this is an opportunity. Regular reports will be shared with the national LDAC, and the national LDAC will then monitor trends. So there's a graphic on the back side of your handout that looks just like this one that you can't read on the screen. And I'd like to draw your, thus the reason for the handout. I'd like to draw your attention so that you can see actually how this might look. Coast Guard auxiliary members on the left side of the graphic come up with, what do we talk about? Concerns, recommendations, best practices. It goes to the district LDAC, that's going to be my pitch here, then to the Coast Guard Auxiliary National LDAC, and on up, if it's considered something that the Coast Guard overall has an interest in, it'll go up to them, okay? Notice that on the right side of the form, we parallel the active duty side. But most important is that center arrow. There are actually two that go back and forth between the auxiliary and the active duty. This is kind of new and something that I really would want to draw your attention to, because what we're looking at here is encouragement from the National iLead Council for our members, if they have an issue that is associated with a local unit, they should be able to go to that local unit LDAC, brand new. How many of you knew what an LDAC was sometime before the last 10 minutes? Okay, a few, not many. All right, let's go on. I'm going to now give you the pitch. We need your help and support. As with any new initiative, your national leadership needs input from the membership anytime we bring on a new program. We're looking for 3 or 4 districts willing to work with the focus group to get the program going. Training will be provided. As we develop this program, we want to understand and respect your concerns. We plan to start in April with more information and training on the basics so that district commodores can make a good decision. Are you willing to consider being one of the pilot districts? It's kind of a big deal. So the way it's going to work is, within the next 2 months, we hope to encourage enough districts so that we will have some geographic diversity and bring 3, as I said, 3 to 4 districts on board. We hope that once we get going, we will have enough to gather input. So now we go to the long-term timeline, which is, I always think long-term, years. No, actually, once we get 3 or 4 districts involved, willing to do the pilot, willing to give us input, did this work? This was bad, it was too much work. How often do we have to meet? How many people do we need? Working together, we hope that within about 1 year, we will be able to tighten up our program, write it up, and bring it to the 2 places that have to approve it. Our senior leadership and the Coast Guard I-Lead Council themselves. And I can tell you, when I was in Washington with the Coast Guard I-Lead Council, the Commandant is very interested in having the auxiliary have a successful experience here. So, let's go on and say that by May 2023, we hope to roll the program out to all districts. I'd like to give special thanks to our focus group, Michael Smith from 8th Coastal, Sherry Kisver from 1st Southern, Dr. Tracy Schultz, who is here with us today from 11 Northern, Commodore Michelle Thornton from somewhere on the East Coast, 5th Southern, I think, right now. And then, of course, I worked with the group as well. So before I go, I'm simply going to tell you that I think there are some questions you should ask, and we don't have time to take them. So let me just answer them for you.
She was a teacher.
Is this an optional program for districts? Well, right now, if you'd like to be involved in the pilot and get to work with me and my team, yes. But down the road, the Commandant expects us to embrace this program. Secondly, is this another check-the-box program? I'm going to say no. Why? Because the Commandant wants us to do this. So I know how to take orders, at least most of the time. Will there be help for District LDACs? Absolutely. We have directorates who are willing to work with us and get this program rolling. What happens next? When issues are identified, we bring in resources to help us solve the issue, but also we will have the ability to set up working groups, bring in our own resources, and begin to solve some of our own problems in that way. Think in terms of a working group, and you may be on one. Finally, please believe in the mission and volunteer your district for this important pilot. Please keep an open mind. I think I've heard those words before down here. Please keep an open mind and understand that this is what's best for our members. And if you have questions, please see the gentleman to my left, Commodore Formato, myself, Dr. Tracy Schultz, Commodore Michelle Thornton. Thank you so much for listening. Think I lead.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. Great job. Thank you.
So you're the one doing
I'm the one, yeah.
Yes.
They electrified the floor under my seat.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Vin Pika, the president of the Coast Guard Auxiliary Association.
Good morning, Admiral, Commodores, shipmates. Do I press anything or you put it up first? Then I have the green button, as they say. It's looking good.
You broke it.
You're a man of vision.
You do this all the time.
So the rabbi and the priest walked into the bar.
And he waits till I have the entire cadre of clergy start with that.
The good news is this doesn't interrupt our feed on YouTube. That's good news.
Okay, all right. Well, let me get started. I can do some of this from my head. So the first thing I wanted to do was to kind of give you the sit rep as we go into 2022. Oh, here we go. Well done, gentlemen. So no one has to be reminded of the malicious environment we live in with respect to cyber. So the first thing we did led by Commodore Geddes, we did was really ruggedized our systems, make sure that we were prepared to face outward to the internet and not have bad things happen to ourselves or to our monies. We've also added significant staff to the environment. We also ruggedized our financial system with multiple layers of financial control, budget versus actual reporting, and the implementation of a budget system, which will be continue to roll out in the time ahead. And then we really converted the warehouse to a user-friendly, customer-friendly fulfillment center so that the user experience, your experience in securing the things that you want from us, is one that you enjoy doing as opposed to, oh, I got to go do this again. So ultimately, though, it all comes down to the member, subconsciously or unconsciously, saying, well, what's in it for me? So you've seen the quarterly benefits of membership. We do try to put them out quarterly. It isn't always that easy, actually, to accumulate all of the inputs that we want to have. There's one in the offing, and we've also moved, as of 2 benefits of membership versions ago, to a mobile device-friendly format, since in analyzing the traffic, 65% of us, open that up on a mobile device, not on their laptop computer or on their desktop computer. But ultimately, it's the driving the benefits through the email system, what we call the blue and white system. You'll notice that when you receive them, they're all in this blue and white format, where really we can make an impact. And you'll see some data later of how the members, we are embracing this. And the good thing about all these programs is that when you participate at the discounted price we negotiate, there's still money left over for AUX-A. Sometimes it's pennies, sometimes it's dollars, but from tiny acorns, mighty oaks grow. So we lovingly call them dealograms. When we started the program in 2019, we put out 11, then 22 in the years that followed. Basically, because of COVID and the lack of our ability to have physical meetings, we upped our electronic presence. 27 in 2021, and I expect that we will do in excess of 30 this year. Because when we go and talk to corporations, we say, look, how would you like to have access to the employees of a Fortune 300 company? And they say, well, that's a great idea, because that's what we are. If you measure us by people, we're a Fortune 300 company. So the ability for someone to market their products, make something on their own, leave something as a discount for our members, and leave something for AUX-A, it's a pretty attractive discussion to have. Now, of interest, we only have one thing to compare it to. That's the L2 system. So roughly 1 in 4 members opens up an L2, okay? 4 out of 10 members open up the blue and white. Now, it's easy for them to decide that because it's right in the title, it's in the subject line. And getting back to my, my preposition is that something has to be in this for me. Well, they want to know what it is for me. Now, it's not exactly apples to compare the click-throughs on an L2, because not every L2 requires you to click through to something, to the blue and white click-through. But nonetheless, we're getting significant click-through to the deal at hand. So the members, when we talk about this, we talk about this as having a positive impact on retention. And in fact, it should also on recruitment, because these are things that you can talk up when you're talking to others. Now, this is not just numbers. One of those click-throughs is signing up for Amazon Smile. Well, what used to be hundreds is now thousands a quarter. Well, $2,000 a quarter is like 90 new members showing up at $24 a quarter with no overhead. No security checks, no paperwork. So roughly just under 400 new members, the financial equivalent of 400 new members are being generated through this system this year. So for all the DCOs and the DCOSs, you know, unit pride is going to be a very big part of what you're going to see coming from AUX-A. And the beauty of this program is that it's an all Coast Guard solution. You get $5 for every hat that you sell to your members. The Coast Guard Exchange makes whatever their profit is because we buy it through them, and AUX-A makes $5. And your member gets a letter from us that says they get a $10 charitable deduction, 5 to you and 5 to me. So it's a win-win-win all around, all Coast Guard solution. So in line with this, we're going to really pick up the pace on unit pride items, you know, mugs and allied items like that. Challenge coin stands that are emblazoned with a Coast Guard Auxiliary logo on them. Really first-class men's ties, women's scarves, the high-quality stuff that you could wear anywhere. I mean, it's going to be that kind of high-quality stuff. We'll be bringing that out to our internal marketplace very soon. And shirts of all kinds, you know, collared shirts, T-shirts. Maybe it was Rich Mahalik. Somebody this morning asked me about, no, it was Commodore Manali, about long-sleeved T-shirts emblazoned with Coast Guard Auxiliary. That is on our to-do list. You'll see that this quarter. And that's, you know, unit pride also builds, you know, loyalty, you know, retention. So these are some of the vendors. You know, you don't put out 27 blue and whites and not build a significant reservoir of companies that want to do business with us. So the biggest news, I'm sure was discussed at your NAPA meetings, is what we call the surplus, okay? AUX-A has a lot of extra money because we did not put on all the conferences that normally we fund. So in working with the chairman of the board, the vice chairman of the board of AUX-A, and the rest of the board, we've come up with a program of direct grants back to Coast Guard Auxiliary units, process to be defined, that supports training and recruitment. Now, there's enough money in that pot, the surplus, that this can go on for many years. So, again, the exact process to be distributed to you soon, but your submission of this direct grant will come to AUX-A, where we will aggregate it, collate it, and summarize it for the next COM, who essentially has to make that decision. AUX-A's board has already authorized the concept. And we're going to try to do that monthly. Now, that may be, you know, the bridge too far, but if we can do that 7 or 8 times a year with some very targeted programs for training and for recruitment, this could have a huge impact, because there's no other place you're going to get this money. And then we're going to work with the M Directorate, obviously, to measure the impact. Okay, so we want to make sure that you're spending the money as you said you were going to do it, normal grant process, but also be able to give you feedback that this is what the numbers say, and maybe that causes a course correction for next year's submission. So those are my prepared comments. You know, obviously, we couldn't do anything without the people up here, you know, present speaker excluded, the people up here support. And that has been constant, it has been unwavering, and it's over several administrations. So this has really become, you know, ruggedized, as it were, into the fabric of how we conduct AUX-A business in support of the membership. And I do believe the best is yet to come. So let me leave my prepared comments there and take some questions, and if none, I can give you back 5 minutes, sir.
How do we submit our applications for these monies?
That process is being designed. Of course, there'll be a form, and there needs to be. You know, it just can't be the back of an envelope or a Pabst Blue Ribbon napkin, wet or otherwise. Were we showing our age that we actually knew who Pabst Blue Ribbon was? I'm not sure they're still in business. Oh, they are still in business? So, but it'll come into AUX-A, sir, and we will then collate that, give that back to you and the vice, for your discussions with NextCom. Once you make a decision, the process takes over.
What's the time frame till that form comes up? Because I know these people are looking for money.
What do you think, Suzanne?
I'm working with Ron Blaisdell to get a form built into the Oxay website. So that should not take long. It's just ironing out some of the details on the rules. Sorry. I'm sorry. I know better. Timeline is probably a couple of months. I'm working with Ron Blaisdell from the IT staff at Auxiliary Association to get a form built onto the website. So you would submit on the website, then the development team would look at it and identify any questions, and then we would bundle them up for forwarding and review.
By the way, for those who don't know, Commander Heeman is a member of Oxay. She's the Deputy Chief of Development for Oxay. Yes, sir.
Commodore, are you thinking about caps in terms of amounts? What do you see in terms of an application max?
Well, look, there is an absolute number we can't spend because we don't have it, right? But I'd really rather you think big than think small. Okay, if we're going to make an impact here, we will never get this chance again. I mean, by the way, I get on my knees every night, as you do, and pray there's never another COVID, okay? Because there's only one reason we have all this surplus, because of COVID. So if you got a bucket of money, let's not send 22,000 people back $24. Let's put it to the business of the business, which is recruiting and retention. And once we do that, then we can serve active duty in the way we all want to. I see a question.
Let's see if it's working. Yes, it is working this time. I'm going to see if I can get myself fired today. I'm going to ask a question that I've had some of the units ask me. Because you do send the money down to the district, but because it's not identified any further, it doesn't actually get down to the actual flotillas. And this is a matter of concern for them because they're contributing and they would like to see that money come back down to their units. So I don't know if there's a possible way that we can identify the unit it's coming from so that at the district level we could potentially choose to send that all the way down. Just a thought. Like I said, I may be fired today.
Not at all. Not at all. Yeah. You're in the right church, wrong pew. Okay? Donations do come to sometimes unidentified. We do the best we can to find it. Sometimes we just make a mistake. There's erasers on the end of pencils for a reason. But we have a newly ruggedized system that Commander Heeman, myself, and others are working on so that not only will we get the money to the right unit, but it'll go to you first, the DCOs first, with all the information we have, so that you can assure yourselves, we're not in the policing business, Mr. Mahalchik might be, but not us, okay, that you can assure your leadership that AUXMAN, which governs our behavior, is being adhered to. And if we just sent it down directly to the unit, I can't say to him, we're surely doing it right, because I don't know. Yeah. Well, it's starting very shortly. It's starting at the DCO. We're going to actually give the DCO the check. Here's the check that came in from wherever, made out in the name of the unit. So all you got to do is give it to them. But you've got to be able to assure your leadership that we're in compliance with AUXMAN. Well, there is a little check the box for the beer account. Call it the morale fund.
Good morning, Commodore. If there's so much surplus, then why are we limiting it to just that? Why are we not opening up to other endeavors and other?
Excellent question. For those who couldn't hear, why just retraining and recruitment? Other than that kind of being the business of the business, but of course there's operations, there's all kinds of things that we do. I assure you, we will screw this up as we get underway. We just will. We're doing things that have never been done before, okay? So we know meat and potatoes is training and recruitment, and as the systems that Suzanne and others are designing get ruggedized, then we can say to the board, well, we'd like to open this up now to another level of participation from members. So don't think this is the end-all and the be-all, but this is it's the beginning of the beginning. Yes, sir.
Just a question, what will be the vetting process like? So if somebody turns in for a grant, who will be the approval, or what's the approval process?
All right. The board, speaking as board members, the board will approve the big amount. This is what you have in your pocket, Mr. Chairman, also happens to be the National Commodore, in your pocket, okay? Then the next com will approve what we are going to summarize, again, hopefully on a monthly basis, and then we will track that money, okay? So if it's going to be used for, an advertising program, well, we're going to find a way to make sure that that advertising program not only was launched, but how effective was it? Can we look back at history and say, well, in the past 5 years, they attracted, I'll make the numbers up, 25 new members. They put an advertising program, and they got 125 new members. That probably worked, right? That kind of stuff. Yep. Thank you.
The agenda is introduction of Commodore King and presentation of Shadowbox. And there highlighted, it says Commodore King to speak briefly.
Good luck with that.
You all have fun with that. It doesn't say that NACO gets to speak briefly, but I just added that. I'm pulling an audible. The last 2 years we had to make a lot of changes, and a lot of things were missed by everybody in this room. But I think the person that missed the most was Commodore King. He missed his NACON, where we honor the outgoing Commodore. And we know the pomp and the circumstance and how much we show our appreciation to the outgoing National Commodore. And Larry, who deserves it more than most, without a doubt, missed that. We're going to make that up, come this August. And I talked to Larry about this the other night, and he refused. And I did something that we aren't supposed to do in the auxiliary. I gave him an order. I said, we are going to do it. But I took office as VNACO a few years back, and I really didn't know Larry that well. We went to NextCom meetings and things like that, but I got to work side by side with him for 2 years, a year and a half in person, and it was an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure. For me, I looked at it as a master class in leadership. Larry was the best. His reactions to challenges, crises, whatever it was always measured, thoughtful, and in my opinion, correct. It was truly a privilege, and I have a small gift from myself for Larry. This is for you, just so you could always find your way back to the auxiliary.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
thank you so much. Oh, wow. Oh, man. It's a compass. And it's engraved National Commodore Larry L. King, U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. And it is a gorgeous work of art. Look at that. Thank you so much.
You don't know how I had to rush to get that ready for August of 2020.
Do you want to present this?
Gustin, give me a hand.
Before she drops it, yeah.
Tradition of presenting the outgoing leader with a shadow box. So we had to get a special one for Larry. Here it is. For those of you that want a closer look, it will be on display this evening in the bar, but it costs a bourbon.
Yeah. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Isn't that nice?
It is.
All right, why don't we give this back?
Thank you. Commodore Pika is responsible for getting this thing put together. And you'll see a multitude of devices.
There's going to be a new national staff position for electrical shorts, you know. Man, ground detection expert or something. Yeah, we all can wear various devices, and I change in and out, and you'll see that I sometimes wear my RBS device, Coxswain device. I have surface warfare device, and I have submarine dolphins from the U.S. Navy, so, and command at sea and command ashore and a whole bunch of stuff. And that's one of the neat things that is offered to us when we join the auxiliary. Looking in the auxiliary manual, the uniform section, it says, yes, we can do it. So I like to wear that stuff. Anyway, that's part of the shadow box. I know you're glad to see me up here because I'm the last speaker before we go to lunch. I knew that without somebody telling me. I'm serious when I say, and many of you have said, thrilled to be here. We can only do so much with a Zoom call and emails and phone calls. We need to get together to network. You need to get together as district commodores and hear what's going on. Part of your chore is to carry the information back home that you receive here and say, looky here, we have a whole list of initiatives going on that I didn't know about. I doubt if any of you, maybe one or two, knew what Rich Mahousick was up to. That's something brand new, and it's going to help the districts. You may find you have some people in your particular unit that would want to join that cause. You heard a lot of great information about, you know, what has been going on during this shutdown. But you know, this is not the only time we've faced adversity. When Rick Weissman was National Commodore, we got aced out of an Ntrain. In fact, I was already up here and had to turn around and go back home. We didn't have a meeting. We were shut down. When I relieved as National Commodore, we were facing the same problem. There's a government shutdown, so no, you can't meet. Well, time out, you know. We have our own money. Why can't we meet? Where does it say in writing we cannot meet? Now, you don't, of course, the people we're having to deal with and fight against were lawyers. It was, you know how it goes. It's a known statistic that 98.2% of all lawyers give the others a bad name. So that's one for me.
I'm no longer sorry about that drunken sailor.
Yeah, that's right. I've been waiting to get back. Oh, but there's some really, we won that battle. We were able to meet. There were no active duty folks here. A few, Captain Johnson got to come in at the last minute, but for the most part, no active duty, but we got to meet. So this is not the only time we've had an issue, but this was a big one. This was big time stuff because we didn't know when or if the pandemic would go away or we had the green light to meet once again. Well, it has. It may come back, but we're here right now. So you've heard of some excellent presentations. Some of my heroes were up here speaking. Captain Walcott, you know, representing Aux clergy. What a magnificent program. Every time I would go back to DC, and I'm sure it's the same with Alex and Gus, to get the same thing, questions from the Commandant, how's it going? I don't think it was a double check on you, Captain Walcott, but how's it going? It's going great. How's Aux Data 2 coming on? Going great. Got some hiccups in the road, you know, but it's a new system. We expected that, you know, but there are other superb things that have gone on. You heard a presentation on what our interpreter corps was doing while we're shut down. Food service, wow, you know, I'd still call it Aux Chef from time to time, but that program will never go away. In fact, Admiral Zukunft at one time wondered if we couldn't get to 1,000 people. Well, that's a lot. Probably could. We probably could if you need them, if we actually needed them. The legal team that Rich Mahousick talked about is something brand new. And I always look forward to seeing my friend, Admiral Kerry Thomas, come and talk about CGMA. I'm a recipient of a grant from CGMA, so I know firsthand what it's all about. I lost my home and everything in it in Hurricane Katrina, and CGMA was on the scene right away. First thing that happened was two Coast Guard Reserve enlisted people showed up in a pickup truck trying to work their way down my street, looking for me. Their chore, they had a list of names and addresses, and their chore was go find those auxiliaries and let's see what we can do to help them. And right behind that was CGMA. So if I ever felt like I was part of the Coast Guard, I guarantee that was the day that when those folks showed up. So there's a lot of good things that you've heard about. Did you pick up on the term that Admiral Timmy used? Everybody is a recruiter. Well, we've used that for a long time because we are. I'm stunned over the number of new members we brought in into the auxiliary during this pandemic. I mean, you've got to be a real slick talker to convince somebody to join an organization that's not doing anything right now. And by the way, you have to pay money to do it. So you need to talk fast or do something. But we brought in a lot of people. Of course we lost some. I mean, everybody lost people who, they had other priorities pop up, or they're out of money, you know, the whole long list of things that we go through all the time. So we've done an excellent job, I think, going back, looking at flotilla level. I was able to be on some Zoom calls of people clear out in East Overshoe someplace, people I didn't even know, and it was done so well. The thoughts were so innovative. What are we going to do to keep this bunch all hooked together? And it's just a good example of don't try to tell somebody what to do. Tell them what you want done and turn them loose. And look what happened. Here we are, we're still at 21,000 people and we're starting to rise. So all of that comes under a lot of the things we've mentioned. You know, I could go on with several more, the Sea Scout initiative and that sort of thing. Us being relevant to the U.S. Coast Guard. That was one of my watchwords, and we can never, ever forget that. We must maintain our relevance, or we're not necessary. We won't get any support. We'll just drift away and be a footnote in history. So there's going to be a continual list of questions that come up. Can you do so-and-so? Oh, probably. Give me a minute and let me see if we can go find the people. We probably can. We're more than a force multiplier. We're a resource that's not been fully tapped because we don't know what all we can do. But while we've kind of tea-kettled along over the last near 2 years and survived, we've not been relevant to the boating public because we couldn't get out amongst them all. And now those floodgates have opened. Here we are. We're coming back. We heard comments yesterday that said we're on track with vessel safety checks, vessel exams. So far this year, it kind of gets us back up to where we were a couple of years ago. We need to do more than that. Now, what happened during the pandemic? Hey, a lot of people bought a boat. You know, there's some are real boats. Some you go to Tractor Supply, aisle 6, they got plastic, gizmos, and they don't even sell life jackets. But, buy this thing this morning, go out and drown this afternoon. That's not exactly the way they advertise it, but that's sort of what happened. Well, in the near 2 years, we've seen boating accidents increase dramatically. Boating fatalities jumped almost 1/3, and it's bad. We have people who are not trained to do anything out there running around. So now's our chance to take on our #1 assigned mission and get out there amongst them all, show the flag, do something, and start teaching PE classes once again. I'm thrilled to do it. And I'm fortunate. I'm in a coastal region. And we've been able to start operating, a few months back, we were kind of given a green light, let's get on with it and go. And of course, in the Gulf, we operate year round. Some days are a little cool, but we do it year round. Some of the districts could not. I know it's just simply a choice. It's a decision made by the district commander, and we live with it and do what we have to do. It's unfortunate up north because they don't have as many months out of the year to operate. So they'd be shut down in the winter anyway. But the last thing I want to say is let's reinstitute our relevance to the boating public and do the #1 assigned mission that we have. And let's get out there and help save lives. And with that, I'll yield this last 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Because it's lunchtime. And I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please start heading to your seats.
Patrick. That's just his way of keeping me awake. Is it okay? Okay, hello?
Good to go.
Good to go? Sounds great. Good afternoon. I reconvene the meeting of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary National Board. In lieu of a roll call, I will ask the Deputy National Commodores to confirm the presence in their respective districts, respective areas of their district Commodores. Commodore Barth.
Land East, all present.
Commodore Mullally.
Atlantic West, all present.
Commodore Kirkwood.
Accurate, present.
Thank you. As National Commodore, I confirm the presence of the members of NEXCOM and the President, there he is, of the National Association of Commodores. Each member of the board, all 25 of you, have received a copy of the minutes of the board meeting from our virtual national meeting on October 24th, 2021. At this time, I'd like to request a motion to waive the readings of those minutes. So moved. Second. DCO 7 and 1 SR. The motion to waive the minutes, reading of the minutes from our National Board meeting has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion? Really? All right. There being no request for discussion sought, those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. It's enough. Good. Thank you very much. The motion to waive the reading of the minutes is approved. At this time, I request a motion to adopt the minutes from our National Board meeting on October 24th, 2001. Motion? You can't get it again. Pat, D8 Coastal. Second, 5 Southern Region. The motion to adopt the minutes of our National Board meeting has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Thank you. There being no discussion sought, those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Mrs. Barth, please take account. Very good, perfect. The motion to adopt the minutes of the National Board meeting from our national meeting has passed. Is there any old business to be brought before the National Board? Hearing none, is there any new business to be brought before the National Board? Hearing none. Let me give you the latest YouTube numbers. They disappeared. Here they are. As of 12:55 p.m., in the last 7 days, we've had 1,100 views, 409 total hours of viewing on YouTube of our meetings. In the last 48 hours, we've had 980 views. Thank you. Sign language now.
Sign language, that's right. First, one announcement. National Board and Chiefs of Staff. When the meeting has finished, with luck, we'll be done a little early. We want to get a picture, national staff and Chiefs of Staff. So after the meeting, congregate up here so we'll all go outside for that. It is now my honor and privilege to introduce the Coast Guard's Deputy Commandant for Operations, Vice Admiral Scott Bushman. Vice Admiral Bushman assumed his current duties in June 2020. He is responsible for the development of operational strategy, policy guidance, and resources that address Coast Guard missions and national security priorities. Prior flag officer assignments include an Atlantic Area Commander headquartered in Portsmouth, Virginia, where he served as the operational commander for all Coast Guard missions from the Rocky Mountains to the Arabian Gulf, spanning the 5 Coast Guard districts in 40 states. He also served as the deputy commander of Atlantic Area and commander of the 7th Coast Guard District, headquartered in Miami, Florida, where he was responsible for all Coast Guard operations in the Southeast United States and Caribbean Basin. His first flag assignment was Commander, Coast Guard Force Readiness Command. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Admiral Bushman.
Well, first, good afternoon, everyone. And I got to tell you, it is really, really great to be here. As you can imagine, there's a lot going on in Washington, D.C. right now. There's always a lot going on. There's a lot going on right now. I'm not in a job where I get to travel too much. The Commandant gets to travel. In fact, he'll be here late tonight. I think I'll get a chance to see him tomorrow. Vice Commandant gets to travel. I'm the person that stays behind in Washington, D.C., and I don't get to travel too much. But thank you for allowing me to come out here. I really wanted to make the time to come out here, and it kind of shows the importance I put on the Coast Guard Auxiliary, that one of the very few times I've traveled in this job in almost 2 years now is to come out here. And it's really because of the value I put on the Coast Guard Auxiliary and what you do each and every day. And I have a lot of experience with the Coast Guard Auxiliary. I've been a Coast Guard officer about 38 years, coming up on 38 years now. About the first third of my career, I really didn't deal with the auxiliary too much. Then I became a commander, and that's when I started working with the Coast Guard Auxiliary and immediately kind of understood the value of the Coast Guard Auxiliary. And every interaction, I think I've understood that a little better. I can tell you one kind of quick interaction. I was a captain at the time. and I was attending an auxiliary dinner. We were handing a bunch of awards out, and there was one gentleman that we gave an award to, and I said some really nice things about him. I mean, it was not hard to do, because this particular individual was everywhere and did so many things. It's hard to even describe all the things he did as an auxiliary member for our great service. And afterwards, he came up to me after the dinner, and he came up to me and he said, "You said some nice things about me." I said, "Yeah," and I meant every word of it. He said, "But I'm the one that owes you thanks." And I said, "You owe me thanks. What do you owe me thanks for?" He said, "You allow me to do this." And I said, "Huh. You're doing all this incredible stuff for my command, for our Coast Guard, and you're thanking me." It didn't quite compute. It took me quite some time to understand what he was talking about. And he's talked about how, what he was doing in the Coast Guard was all the thing he was doing, how it kind of, the meaning it gave him. And it really kind of took me days and almost weeks and almost years to and I think back on that at times that, I love serving in the U.S. Coast Guard. I love wearing this uniform. I love serving our nation. And I've learned something about, I feel like I'm dedicated to what I do, but I think I've learned something about dedication from folks in the auxiliary that do this really as a labor of love, a labor of dedication. I certainly learned something that evening, and to the point where it took me quite a while to even process what this individual said. And I won't tell you his name. Come see me later, and I'll tell you if you want to know. The Commandant talks about us being the world's best Coast Guard. I think we are the world's best Coast Guard. And I think it's fitting that the world's best Coast Guard has what I think is the world's best volunteer organization, and that's the Coast Guard Auxiliary, and that's what I think of the Coast Guard Auxiliary. And I got to tell you, it's good to be here for me, but I think it's all good for everyone to be here in person, because while I've gotten to do some things virtually, that fills the bill to a certain extent. It's just not the same as being here in person. So it is good to see everybody here in person, and this has certainly been a challenging couple of years in a global pandemic. Challenged all of us, challenged certainly at the Coast Guard Auxiliary, because you've had to curtail some activities. And I know people join the auxiliary, like I just talked about, to serve and to make a difference, and having to curtail those activities is certainly different. But the past couple of years, we've been working real hard. I think about what happened in March of 2020 when this really kind of took off, this global pandemic, and the changes we had to make, and we've been working real hard to, how do we continue operations? How do we continue to keep people healthy? How do we maintain our readiness? How do we adjust as we learn things, as we get different guidance, and so on and so forth? So I just want to say thank you for your perseverance through all this, your adaptability. Some of the things folks have done, like going to online boating safety classes, really just shows your folks' adaptability, resilience, and thank you. It's been a tough 2 years for everyone, tough years for the nation, for the world. Thank you for your perseverance through this. So let me talk, so I'm the Deputy Commandant for Operations. Maybe talk a little bit about operations and what I see kind of domestically and internationally from Coast Guard operational perspective. And, in short, I would say business is booming. One of the things, the missions you get involved in a lot, search and rescue, certainly from boating safety education standpoint. You think of what happened in the global pandemic, and shortly after that, you couldn't buy a boat, right? You couldn't buy a boat. People took to the water once boat ramps. I spent a lot of time in my career in Florida. I saw the images of some of the boat ramps in Florida when they opened back up, and there were like these traffic jams of people trying to launch their boat, and you couldn't buy a boat. But, we had a record number of first-time boat owners, record number of, even got Uberization of boats, so first-time boat users and so on and so forth. And with that, we saw an increase in, deaths for the first time. After years and years of slowly, boating safety deaths, that year we saw an increase, pretty significant increase. And I think about the auxiliary role here of, what do you do about that? I think you educate your way out of that kind of issue here and think about your role there. We've had, an oil spill off the coast of California, a pretty significant one, right? Complex place to have an oil spill off the coast of California there. And I think about the role of Coast Guard Auxiliary as an interpreter for that particular oil spill. And that's a complex things anywhere, and it's complex in an area such as California. And that highlights, there's a bunch of ships at anchor there, kind of highlighted some of the supply chain issues we're seeing here and some of the congestions in the ports and so on and so forth. And we're really busy with that because, $5.4 trillion of our economy, 30 million jobs tied to this marine transportation system. And I think Admiral Malger talked to the group yesterday about that, about the complexity of it, larger ships, more traffic, more complex systems, the greening of it as people, address the impacts of climate change. We're dealing with offshore energy where we're building wind farms, particularly off the Northeast, and some of the complexities that presents, and how do we continue to do our missions? How do we ensure the safety of navigation as potentially thousands of wind farms are built off the coast? The commercial space industry has taken off in leaps and bounds. People don't think that is a maritime industry. It is a maritime industry because in some cases they launch and recover offshore. In some cases are using even autonomous vessels that are even outpacing our regulations to be able to regulate something like that. I don't need to talk to you about cyber. I know there's some auxiliary efforts in cyber, but that is an area we're growing into, and the risks and the vulnerabilities, whether it's protecting our own networks or our role in ensuring the safety of the marine transportation system, is something we're certainly focused in on. And even as you look at it, Russia, Ukraine, working closely with DHS as we look at any retaliatory actions that we take, and it could be taken in the cyber world. How do we protect our critical infrastructure in this country? I think about hurricanes, and certainly Admiral Timmy can talk to you about hurricanes. Spent a lot of time in my career, and I think about last year, 20 named storms, these record storms we're having, increasing intensity and the impacts they're having. And I look at the auxiliary role in the aftermath of a hurricane. I can't tell you how appreciated that is. And I look at this summer coming up here, and I don't know what it's going to have, but I see the words La Nina, and if you know what that means, it means, less shearing winds in the Atlantic and so on and so forth. So I predict another busy hurricane season this year. But folks certainly down in District 7 are real busy with, as we enforce our nation's immigration laws, and real busy on the water there. Incredibly busy here with the amount of people we see and taken to the water there. And then things support the Department of Homeland Security. Significant supports to Department of Homeland Security the past few years, supporting Southwest border operations, supporting the rollout of the national vaccine, where hundreds of Coast Guard reservists out at these vaccination centers. As we welcomed over 100,000 folks from Afghanistan into this country, that's a significant operation in a very short amount of time. A lot of Coast Guard support to that operation. And many of those operations I just mentioned, there was definitely Coast Guard auxiliary support. So thank you very much. So that's a few domestic things that are going on. It's certainly busy. And I got to tell you, internationally, we continue to see, requests for more Coast Guard internationally. And I can tell you, when they read my job as Deputy Commandant for Operations, I'm the one that frequently represents the Commandant at the Pentagon, at the National Security Council, at the Interagency in Washington, D.C. And I got to tell you, there is a request for more Coast Guard around our globe. And even just a few months ago, I had to testify before Congress, talk about how we balance our missions. We have those different demands for us to be various places, and how do we continue to do our domestic missions and make sure we do everything well. But what you're really seeing is that other countries throughout the world really recognize the importance of a Coast Guard to kind of establish the sovereignty in their maritime waters. And it's more than they just recognize the value of the Coast Guard. Many of these countries want to be like the United States Coast Guard. And that's why when you look at a Coast Guard in another country, they have a racing stripe painted on it, because they're trying to look like us. That's why they want to learn in our schoolhouses. That's why they want to have subject matter exchanges. That's why they want to have Coast Guard interaction with our great U.S. Coast Guard. And some of them are even growing Coast Guard auxiliaries. They've learned what a good thing you got going on here and what value you provide. And I see people in the United States recognizing the value of the Coast Guard in a way they haven't done before. So that's why you see, recently and in the very recent past, Coast Guard cutters are deployed to Asia, the Black Sea, the South Atlantic, the Eastern Pacific, just to name a couple of places. When Haiti had a terrible earthquake last summer, who was there? Who was first there to help folks? United States Coast Guard folks were there, the very first ones there to offer help to folks that needed some medical care. Polar Star set 2 records in about a year, furthest north it ever went. In the summertime, in the wintertime, 72 degrees north in the Arctic, and then it went the furthest south. It went in Antarctica just a couple of weeks ago. Healy circumnavigated North America through the Northwest Pass, and they ate well because they had a couple auxiliary chefs on there. So there is a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the United States. There's a lot going on globally with the U.S. Coast Guard, and we're doing this all at a time when we have a workforce shortage of about 1,000 people on our active duty. We got a workforce shortage of about 800 in reserves. COVID has not helped our ability to recruit. It's not helped our ability to put people through Cape May. As you can imagine, putting people through boot camp, not a place where it's easy to social distance here. So, you know, we've been challenged there, so we're trying to fight against this 1,000-person active duty shortfall of 800 reserve shortfall. So I would say because of that, because of the busyness domestically, the demand for Coast Guard globally, a workforce shortage, do I see a role for the Coast Guard Auxiliary? You betcha I do. I certainly see a big role in that kind of environment with the Coast Guard Auxiliary. I think about some of the things you've done recently, you know, medical support. You know, I would say medical systems throughout this country, I think, have been stressed the past couple of years. And certainly our Coast Guard medical system has been stressed. And I see that, you know, I'm coming up on a couple of routine medical appointments I need and routine exams I need, and it's hard to schedule an appointment right now, right? Even kind of routine stuff. So I think about the 65 auxiliary healthcare providers that are operating our system. And our medical folks told me a couple of our clinics would have had to even shut down if it wasn't for some auxiliary medical support. I just want you to think about that impact. Think about that. You know, we got some pretty strict requirements in the Coast Guard to be medically ready, to be physically ready, and the ability, think about the impact Coast Guard Auxiliary has to support us during this particular time. Truly, truly amazing. And I see our system continue to be challenged. You know, as many of our places are in smaller locations, remote locations with a kind of weak civilian provider networks, increased need for medical deployments, mental health services increasing as people have been under stress the past couple of years. And we're also implementing our electronic medical record. Long overdue, a lot of work to implement a new system like that. So your support is truly, truly critical. And I know from an auxiliary standpoint, there's certainly some frustration with this new financial system we've rolled out, SFMS, right? And I guess this may not make you feel better, but you're not the only ones frustrated. It's something we're wrestling the ground. It's impacting all parts of the Coast Guard's, every part of the Coast Guard, certainly the enterprise that I lead, it's impacting. We have about a 20,000 invoice backlog, which has already been shipped. We knew we were going to have a backlog. We introduced a new system here. So I know you're frustrated here. Our folks working this are working hard. We stood up an incident command to get after this, put an admiral in charge of this to kind of get after this. So we understand the impacts it's having on Coast Guard Auxiliary because it's having impacts everywhere, and we're really trying to get after it. Having said that, are these challenges, these opportunities, right? There is an opportunity for auxiliary, and I think a solicitation went out for support for our finance center. So if you got folks that are financial wizards, and I'm sure you do because you got wizards and everything here, there's an opportunity there to help because this is one of those things we call all hands on deck. And this is a no-fail thing. We got to get our arms around this and working real hard to get our arms around this and get after this backlog and hopefully get ahead of the backlog in the next coming weeks and months. Boating safety certainly continue to be critical piece. The boating safety, search and rescue, and certainly the boating education piece. And cyber, I don't think those risks, I don't think those threats are going to go away. That'll continue to be a challenge for us. I know we have some efforts ongoing to have some auxiliary roles in our cyber thing. We'll work through those, and that's an exciting opportunity. Chaplain, I don't know if the chaplain's still here. I think the chaplain talked to you this morning, Chaplain Walcott. But I look at the auxiliary chaplain program, and that's an amazing thing. You know, it really, really is an amazing thing how that has grown. And just an example of someone seeing a need there and filling a need. And I can't tell you, you know, I wish we had a heck of a lot more full-time active duty chaplains in the Coast Guard. We've grown over the years. Love to have more. As I mentioned, I suspect that's someone trying to sell me a car warranty. That's work. I'll call him back later. So, but I just think about the auxiliary chaplain program and how truly, truly tremendous this is. You know, I think about Department of Homeland Security and their ask for us and how you've kind of stepped up to fill in some of those requests we've gotten from the Department of Homeland Security. And I think about other opportunities. I talked about a workforce shortage of 1,000 people and trying to recruit trying to recruit in a real tough environment, right? This is a challenge for us. We're throwing more resources at this. And I see a role for the Coast Guard Auxiliary there. If folks want to take that on and help us out there, whether it's folks at these military entrance processing centers to kind of help usher folks through the process, whether it's support to our recruiting offices, whether it's helping us expand brand awareness, because not everybody in this country knows about the United States Coast Guard, whether it's continued sponsoring of Sea Cadets, or whether it's open houses inviting potential recruits to learn a little bit about the Coast Guard and a great career they may be able to have here. So I see some great opportunities there for the Coast Guard Auxiliary for those who are willing to take it. So I continue to see great contributions. I see opportunities going forward. And I just look forward to continue to see the contributions, working for the Commodore here and the Vice Commodore here and your national leadership for this great organization. So finally, let me take a couple of your questions. Before I would do that, let me just close out by saying thank you for what you do. Thank you for your volunteering, your time. And I've seen so many instances in my career of the countless hours that people spend doing so many different things that just really help people out. Help the service out in general, or help individuals out in their particular circumstances. And I just can't thank you enough for what you do there. Keep doing it. Semper Prodest to all. And be happy. You want me to take some questions, or you got time? So
Sure, we have plenty of time. Do the Admiral. You have all the time you want.
So.
Questions. 3 stars, so you know the rule. Admiral Currier was here years ago, and he asked for questions, and nobody said anything. He goes, I have 2 stars on my collar. I need two questions.
Okay, yeah.
Peter Jensen, Forscom. Sir, there's a continual concern about the flow of drugs and people into the United States. Is the Coast Guard conducting a lot of combined operations with the navies and Coast Guards of other countries in our region?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way that works is, yeah, are we? Absolutely. In fact, you may have read or seen someone give a talk or something that there's more, please have a seat. There's more drugs seized, particularly cocaine, by the United States Coast Guard than all the law enforcement combined, right? Billions of dollars a year. What we typically do is we operate in what we call the transit zone. So when it leaves the source country, we go closer to where it leaves the shore, so you get the kind of bigger loads. So absolutely, work with the department. There's a whole Department of Defense command called Joint Interagency Task Force South in Key West, Florida. It's a DOD command, but it's headed by a Coast Guard admiral. And they kind of they're responsible for detection and monitoring, and then we are the at-sea kind of enforcement and other folks in planes. And this is, I would say, an international effort, because what we've seen over the past few years is, we're now at the point right now where we've kind of grown capabilities some other countries to actually kind of get after this themselves, and they're seized as much as we're seizing. So the business is booming in that regard. Will continue to certainly be a priority for us. And you mentioned the southwest border and people. We're seeing increasing numbers of people. We had some years of kind of very low immigration numbers on the water. We're starting to see that pick back up in a kind of significant way. So we're kind of getting after that. And I will tell you, there's a relationship between that, right? This kind of what we talk about drugs and what it does to our streets. But if you look at the countries where it kind of moves through and where it's produced and so on and so forth, and what you have is these organizations making tons of money, right? And and they're creating a kind of instability in their own countries, and almost a lawlessness in some countries, and conditions where folks want to leave their country because of what's happening. So that those two issues are actually connected to each other. But thanks for the question.
Thank you, Admiral. Gary Markle from Chicago. The situation in Ukraine continues to be high on the minds of many of our members. And I'm wondering if you can share with us if the United States aid to Ukraine or the current reposturing of NATO is going to affect Coast Guard missions in the near or midterm future.
Yeah, so probably limited what I can say in this kind of venue here. But I will tell you that I mentioned earlier that there's certainly, you've read about in the news of folks that are kind of focused on, what could happen in a cyber world. So we're very much focused on those things and protecting, working with industries, working with other government agencies and so on. So we're just making sure that we're doing everything we can, to safeguard our own systems. And in our case, the marine transportation system. You saw the president announce that, I think in the news, you saw, welcoming 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. I don't know what period of time that is, what it's going to look like, and, exactly what it's going to look like. But just like what we called Operation Afghani's Welcome, which was Allies Welcome, over 100,000 in a very short period of time. There was a Coast Guard contribution to that. Very, very significant effort, where basically 8 cities were kind of created in DoD bases overnight, and while they figured out what to do with the folks and found places for them to transition to, there was a significant Coast Guard contribution to that effort at those various locations. So I'll probably just stop there, okay?
Marion Parrish from District 17. Considerations as the Arctic opens up and Northwest Passage opens up, has there been any consideration of home porting an icebreaker in Alaska?
Yeah, there's certainly interest by folks, our elected officials in Alaska for that. Right now we have 2 heavy icebreakers. Well, one heavy and one medium, and they're both out of Seattle. We have a contract to build 3 more. The first one is under design and should be delivered, and the contract delivery right now is in 25. That's going to go to Seattle. So as we look at these various home ports, I got to tell you, it is very hard. If anyone's ever been on an icebreaker, it is a very large ship, right? And it is a very complex ship. And if you've ever spent time on ships, when you go on an icebreaker, one of the things you notice is the beam, the width of the thing. So there's only so many places they can go. And then you think about what they do, and they're gone about half the year, and about the extreme conditions you have. Our new icebreakers we're going to build are going to be enormously complex, going to be phenomenally capable in a way we haven't seen before. But with this level of complexity, to kind of keep these ships maintained so they run them at the pace we run them, you got to put them in the right places with the right level of support. And we're challenged to do something like that in I don't say a remote area, but in areas such as Alaska. So we got to put them in places where we can kind of really maintain this very, very complicated platform. And I would say writ large, what we're really looking to do here is you look at what the Commandant's doing. We're trying to create, because we are in the middle of, it's an exciting time for a lot of reasons. It's an exciting time because we are in the middle of, some say it's the largest recapitalization of our fleet since World War II. Arguably, it might be the largest recapitalization ever. We are still building national security cutters, replace our 378s. We're building the Polar security cutter. We're still building fast response cutters, replace our patrol boats, 110-foot patrol boats. The offshore patrol cutter is coming very soon. We have a contract for that, and we already have a hull that's going to be delivered in 23 there. Waterways Commerce Cutter is going to be replaced, and those are some of the assets that run and there's one right here in St. Louis, and some of those are 70 years old, and we have a contract to replace those. Never seen like this, certainly in my career. So it's an exciting time, but we're looking at where do we put these assets? And we're trying to put them in places where we can have a number of them, so there's some economies of scale for maintenance, right? Because they're very complex, they must have much more advanced systems. We're also trying to put them in places where people want to be. Right? For example, Charleston is becoming a little bit of a center of excellence for us, Charleston, South Carolina, because it's not very hard to get people to want to go to Charleston, South Carolina. There's good medical, there's good schools for the kids, things people care about aside from work, right? Employment for spouses, if your spouse works or your family member works. And then you can have, a number of them. You can kind of centralize some maintenance and have some centralized maintenance. So when a ship's underway and another one's in, you have people there doing the maintenance. And then maybe you get some geographic stability where there's a number of Coast Guard commands, and you go to that ship tour, then you do a shoreside tour, then you go back to a ship. You might end up having some geographic stability in a place you really want to be. So those are kind of things where the Commandant's been very laser focused on is his 4 years as a Commandant. We're making some progress in that regard. So probably more than you wanted to hear, but hopefully that answers your question.
So we heard some things about foreign fishing actually in the Atlantic coast. Is that going to change some of your, from foreign governments, is that going to change some of your deployments of assets as well as staffing?
To a certain extent, yeah. So I think what you're really talking about is, so when I was a junior officer, I spent my first 2 years on a ship out of California, but we spent most of our time in the Bering Sea doing fisheries patrols. And at that time, it was there was foreign fishing still in our waters. You know, and the Magnuson Act, the Magnuson-Stevens Act, actually, you know, one of the whole goals of it was passed in the 70s was to kind of Americanize the the fleet. But there was a lot of foreign fishing in our waters. We used to permit them. When I was a junior officer, I worked at the State Department as a liaison officer. One of my jobs is to permit foreign fishing vessels. I'm the one that signed the permit for them. But generally, there's not foreign fishing in our waters anymore. The U.S. fishing fleet has been built up, so you don't see, and really illegal incursions into the U.S. waters. The really only place you ever see that is in Admiral Timmy's neck of the woods. Down in District 8, there's some small fishermen that come over the boundary line fishing, mostly for snapper. And that's about the only place you see that. But about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, we published an illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing strategy. And really the reason we did that is, and actually the Commandant was up at a kind of an annual thing that's done where the world's head of the world's navies and coast guards are invited to in Newport, Rhode Island every year. And most of the heads of the navies and coast guards wanted to talk to him about their problem with illegal fishing, because a lot of navies have responsibilities like the Coast Guard. So out of that, in looking for expertise, the U.S. Coast Guard, maybe to help them with some of their challenges. So we ended up publishing what's called illegal unregulated reporting, IUU fishing strategy, and that thing has really taken off. So in some cases, we are doing some patrols with our cutters to do some IUU patrols in other waters, kind of helping them, kind of teaching them using our years and years of experience. In some cases, we are maybe using, subject matter exchanges, maybe helping teach them how to kind of do this and so on and so forth. So it's really, really taken off. I think our goal is not to be the police of the world's fisheries, but to maybe use our experience to kind of, initiatives really, really important to other countries. In some of the distant water, we call distant water fleets. The largest distant water fleet in the world is actually a Chinese fleet that goes out to all, thousands and thousands of miles from China, and in some cases, it does some damage to other folks' fisheries and stuff. So off the coast of Africa, off the coast of South America, both on the Atlantic side and both on the Pacific side. So we will be doing more of that. Some of it will be ships, but some will just be using our expertise and maybe showing a kind of a leadership role in the world stage. So, all right. Looks like I got 46 seconds left.
I know people, don't worry.
Okay.
I'll try to make the question short then. Sir, what do you see as the Coast Guard's innovation needs going forward?
Yeah. I'm down to 24 seconds now. That's a lot, right? And I have a research and development program. We have an innovation program. So I think, the Commandant's been fighting really, really hard to get, he talks about our readiness concerns, get more funding for the Coast Guard. And he's been pretty successful, and we're getting some great support in a way I haven't really seen before. But I don't think you can all buy your way out of every problem. Innovation is critical. We do have an innovation program, so it's got different pieces to it. I think it's absolutely critical. And then we also have some, I'd almost say some nascent efforts in a lot of different areas. We stood up a data readiness task force, and we threw some people at this. And there's a lot there to get your kind of arms around here. We have so much data, and we don't necessarily use it we don't use it to full advantage. And we're trying to really kind of get after that and really kind of building the concept of that rather than focus on the data itself right now. I would tell you that we have some nascent efforts on unmanned systems, right? We're developing a strategy on that. We have some nascent efforts. I think auxiliary is involved in some artificial intelligence and me learning things. So we got a whole bunch of different things ongoing, and I think the next step for us is to kind of tie all this stuff together here. So lots of good things happen. I think innovation is important, and we need to continue to stress it and innovate more, because we can't spend your way out of every different issue here. So I think I'm out of time here now. So
Thank you so much for your words.
thank you. Hey, listen, Commodore, thank you very much. Thank you for this book. And listen, thank you to all of you. I mean this. Every day I spend with the Coast Guard is where I learn more, and I'm more appreciative of what you do here to our, the world's greatest nation, the world's greatest Coast Guard, and what you do to support this and what your piece of it. So thank you very much, everybody. Semper Paratus.
We will now consider the recommendations submitted for consideration and action by the National Board. Vice National Commodore Formato will present the recommendations.
Good afternoon. The recommendations have been discussed at area meetings during the Committee of the Whole. It seems like that was so long ago. It was actually only 2 days ago, and have been in your hands for at least 30 days. You've received copies during the Committee of the Whole and should have them with you here today. I will summarize each recommendation before its consideration. The actual text of the recommendation is what will go to BSX if the recommendation is approved by this board. I will now present the recommendations. Recommendation number 1, submitted by NACO, the creation of the G Directorate, Auxiliary Chaplain Support. Create the G Directorate within FORSCOM for the management and direction of the concerns, plans, strategies, operations, doctrine, and policies of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary Chaplain Support Program under the supervision of the National Commodore through its Directorate Chief, who shall report directly to the Vice National Commodore. The G Directorate by and through its director shall maintain close and frequent direct liaison with the Chaplain of the Coast Guard. The Directorate shall be organized as provided in the Auxiliary Manual and include the following officers whose responsibilities, number, and office designation may be modified as deemed appropriate in accordance with the manual. Director 4 stripes, Deputy Director 3 stripes to serve as deputy to the director and also as the training officer for the Auxiliary Chaplain Support Program. Branch chiefs 3 stripes, 1 branch assistant for each with 2.5 stripes. All other auxiliary chaplain support chaplains shall wear 2 stripes. Please be advised, in the initial draft that you received of this recommendation, there were 2 typos. At this time, NACO would like to correct those 2 typos to indicate that branch chiefs and branch assistants insignia shall be in alignment with conventional national staff insignia. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation?
Point of order. I asked for a secret ballot on this.
That's permissible, sure. Okay, it's a moot point unless there's a recommendation.
First, we have to approve and second it. Okay.
Is there a second? Okay. D13 second.
Ms. Barth, can we,
We have someone pass out ballots?
we have ballots. Semper Paratus. No, we're doing this with style.
Give these out.
There are 25 voting members. 24, excuse me. That's right, 11 North couldn't join us. Thank you. I'm getting older as I stand here. You're laughing. I don't think it's funny. Are you collecting? That's fine. That's his prerogative. Just out of curiosity, was there popcorn in that bucket last night?
Fried chicken.
Oh. Says her cholesterol-laden heart.
Oh, I'm getting a text. YouTube is a wonderful thing. I'm getting a text from Doug Cream with a call for a discussion on the motion.
Yeah, we did. Okay, well.
He's a lawyer. It's valid.
Okay. No, we don't have Commodore Lauer. Yeah. Okay, so before these ballots are tabulated, was there any discussion? Doug, if you're watching, thank you once again for having my 6. Hearing none, you may tabulate away. Please keep your shoes on. Use only your fingers. Okay, so there should be like some kind of Jeopardy music going on while we wait. I hear it.
You had to say this to Patrick. You could have come up with it after the watch.
Hawaii 5-0 would be good. And I am grateful. I think I have the theme from Cops on my phone. True story. We got a call from Newark Police Department. They made an arrest, and we also had a warrant, an outstanding arrest warrant for this individual. And they asked if we would send 2 detectives down to the North District Precinct to retrieve this individual. And my partner and I walk in, and here's this guy. I don't want to say Newark PD was primitive, but their detention was a steel pipe bolted into the wall about 30 feet long, and they cuffed like 15, 20 people to that pipe on the floor. And I'm trying to figure out which one of these upstanding individuals had the honor of coming with us. And I walk past this one kid, and he's singing, bad boy, what you gonna do? You knew for a fact that was mine. I will say, kid had a great sense of humor, and his attitude was, hey, I got caught. Up until now, it was good. And he truthfully did not regret what he did. He regretted getting caught. Pat Ferry, you know I'm telling the truth, right? John Holmes? Yes, sir. David Wong? A lot of former law enforcement officers in this room. David Porter? I'm scanning the room. It's amusing to me why we wait, you know? Sometimes I'm very easily amused, and other times, well, it takes a little more. I'll choose not to repeat that. No. You know, that could only happen at NACON, because I think that might be a Florida thing. Oh, there's Rich Mahalchik, and add Rich Mahalchik to that list of former law enforcement in this organization. Okay, the motion has been approved. And thank you from me as well. Moving on to recommendation number 2, also submitted by NACO. The creation of an A NACO AS, A NACO AS-D with the deputy, the W directorate, and the O directorate. Recommendation to create the offices of Assistant National Commodore for Administrative Services and Deputy National Commodore for Administrative Services under the supervision and support of the National Commodore through the Vice National Commodore to supervise and support the appropriate director staff officers of the Document Management System, the W Directorate, and the Administrative Investigations Directorate, the O Directorate. Create a Document Management Directorate for the purpose stated below and an Administrative Investigations Directorate for the purposes stated below and for such other and further purposes as may from time to time be required. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation? Okay. Yeah.
On the wording,
Mm-hmm.
it says Assistant National Commodore and then Deputy National Commodore for Administrative. That should be Deputy Assistant National.
Yes, that's a typo. Thank you for pointing that out. Mark, can we get Mark Stone a microphone? Mark, could you repeat that? Not only for your peers here, but our YouTube folk as well.
Yes, sir. Second line of the recommendations is written Deputy National Commodore for Administrative Services. It should be Deputy Assistant National Commodore.
Correct.
Or Assistant.
Okay, and we have a motion made to, is there a second? Pat? Okay. I open for discussion.
Which Pat? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pat Ferry.
Thank you.
I've been saying your name a lot the last 3 days. I'm getting better at it, aren't I? Hey, read it, write it, recite it. I got to tell you, I still have trouble with my first name, and we're not going to discuss my current age. Hearing none. Would you like Mrs. Barth to pass out ballots? Okay, for point of order, each recommendation, if you request a written ballot, that request has to be made for each and every one. It's not a blanket thing. Okay, so what should we discuss during the current intermezzo?
Can we have the music, please?
No. Finger licking. Let me know when you're collecting. Okay. Slam dunk. Mark, I don't know the reason or the line as to how they collect. I should just walk right past it. Someone say it's Pat Boston? Well, look at the bright side. There are only 7 more after this one. And you know, I get it. We have 3 meetings we missed. So this is a compilation of, yeah, we're catching up. Yeah, 1. Yeah. Yeah, last time we met there was 1. And they got big words. May I have your attention? The recommendation's been approved. Thank you. Moving on to the third, submitted by Dinego Commodore Mullally, the Auxiliary Culinary Assistance Program device. You'd never know my son was a chef, would you? Proposal for a device authorized by the Auxiliary Culinary Assistance Program to indicate completion of the prescribed training as specified in the AUX-CA SOP for the position of AUX-CA 1 only. This requested vote by the National Board is for the change to the USCG AUX uniform regulations. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation? Everybody? And a second? Also everybody? Okay. Is there any discussion? Jeff?
Just a question. Was there talk the other day, and forgive me if I may have forgotten, but was there talk about changing what the image was going to be?
Somebody did bring that up, but
That was a joke. Okay.
I recommended that it be referred back to the directory A because it had cross feathers, maybe use a nicer fork. That's not.
But if you also notice, the recommendation doesn't specify what the image is. So it's just for the creation of the device.
And it's wheat.
And
Grain, wheat.
Wheat?
Yes.
Okay, good.
From Ukraine.
yeah, we should do like wheat and corn for like the bourbon device.
So that's a discussion.
Okay, is that the discussion or is there further? Okay, so is there a recommendation for a written ballot? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. Oh, I get to vote. Almost forgot.
You know, if you don't vote for this, somebody will poison you, so it's.
23 to approve? 23.
The motion is approved. The recommendation is approved, excuse me. And once again, thank you. Moving on to the next recommendation, submitted by the ANACO RP, revise the auxiliary manual pertaining to safety hats. The recommendation, the auxiliary manual specifies that hard hats with green visors. These are no longer available. Therefore, they are recommending that the manual be updated to reflect current OSHA standards. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation? Second?
11 South.
Oh,
11
yeah.
South, thank you. And the second?
Second one I saw was Clark.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand.
Twenty-three.
The recommendation is approved, and once again, my gratitude. Next recommendation, submitted by Director R via the ANACO RP, and is the Auxiliary Flight Suit Policy Recommendation. The recommendation, update the Auxiliary Manual, Section Hotel 5, the Auxiliary Flight Suit, to standardize the requirement for flight suits, outerwear, covers, and gloves. If approved, document Alpha Victor -04 -2 Alpha and the HR Uniform Guide PowerPoint will be updated to reflect consistency. The HR Directorate Uniform Division was advised and reviewed the recommended updates and had no comment or objection. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation?
Thank
Okay,
you.
gotcha. You got that?
Who was the
Fifth
second?
Northern. Oh, second was, oh, I thought it was One North. They could share it. Is there any discussion?
What about that scarf again?
You know, Joe, my whole life I've tried to catch lightning in a bottle twice, and I've never been able to. And you know, to this day, there's people in this room who think that you and I rehearsed that, but they have no idea of our twisted sense of humor. It's natural. Okay.
It's a Jersey thing.
It's a Jersey thing. There not being any discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand. Pat McMenamin.
Twenty-three.
The recommendation is approved, and once again, I thank you. Moving on to the next recommendation, submitted by Commodore Alan Fred of D5 South, Electronic Meeting Rules Template Change Proposal. Revision of the unit, flotilla division, and district electronic standing rules template as follows. 1, remove the wording when special circumstances warrant from Article 2, Paragraph Alpha. 2, remove Paragraph Bravo from Article 2. 3, remove Paragraph Alpha from Article 3. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation? Okay, Tiny, D13, a second? Oh, okay, I was looking over at 9C, but okay. Discussion, is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand.
'22.
The recommendation is approved. Once again, thank you. Moving on to the next. Submitted by NACO, the formation of AUX-A Management, LLC, to eliminate high insurance costs. The recommendation that Section 5.Mike.1 of the auxiliary manual be modified to reflect the Commandant of the Coast Guard's approval of the organization of two corporations to support auxiliary activities, namely the Coast Guard Auxiliary Association, Inc., and another corporation to be formed, AUX-A Management, to conduct and support AUX-A's business functions and activities with a specific focus on expense minimization with regards to liability insurance. For the avoidance of doubt, every function and authority stays the same. The new corporation is being created in order to ensure that AUX-A, and by derivation the Coast Guard Auxiliary, only pays for what it needs, nothing more, nothing less. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation? Pat Fury? Second. Alan Fred? Is there any discussion? Hearing none? Those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? The recommendation is approved. Thank you. Moving on. Submitted by NACO. Mandatory AUX-A membership. It is recommended that the auxiliary manual, known as the manual, and all other U.S. Coast Guard auxiliary or U.S. Coast Guard documents or instructions be amended to remove any requirement that members or applicants to membership to the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary must also be members of the Coast Guard Auxiliary Association. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation?
Who? Thank you.
Second? 9 Central. Discussion. Hearing none, those in favor, please raise a hand. All those opposed?
'22.
Recommendation is approved. Moving on to the next recommendation, submitted by Commodore Fury, the creation of a paddlecraft staff officer position at the district, division, and flotilla levels. It is recommended that the staff level positions be authorized at district/region, division, and flotilla levels to those districts/regions that currently and in the future participate in the paddlecraft program. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation?
Who, please? Who?
Second? Okay, Pat and Jeff were tied, and the second was Byron Mull. So you get to pick.
Well, I'll go with Jeff because Pat's
Okay, is
already
there any
done
discussion?
Who seconded? I'm sorry, I missed.
Byron Mull.
Okay.
Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed?
All in favor, 19? Opposed?
The
2.
recommendation is approved. Once again, thank you, and this concludes the recommendations.
Yeah, oh, I'm juggling here. I'm going to, because we, change in script. It is a true honor and privilege for me to introduce Captain Troy Glendy. Captain Glendy is the Chief of the Coast Guard Office of Auxiliary and Boating Safety, where he serves as the Chief Director of the Coast Guard Auxiliary, as well as the National Coordinator for the National Recreational Boating Safety Program. His previous assignment was the Deputy Director of the Logistics Transformation Program Integration Office within the Assistant Commandant for Engineering and Logistics Directorate to modernize and fully align all Coast Guard engineering disciplines within the Coast Guard's mission support business model. Additional assignments include Engineering Officer at Coast Guard Air Station Clearwater, Long-Range Surveillance Product Line Manager and C-130J Engineering Officer at the Coast Guard's Aviation Logistics Center. Engineering Officer at Coast Guard Air Station Washington, D.C., Assistant Engineering Officer at Coast Guard Air Station Miami, and Coast Guard Resolute. Throughout his career, Captain Glendy was an aircraft commander in 5 different aircraft, to include, oh boy.
You can stop right there if you like. I was trying to wait for the head nod there, so. And don't worry, I grabbed water. It's not going to be longer than the 15 minutes because it's already going down there. And I think Vino already has. I think you put away the. Okay, that's good to hear. But I got to look over here because I got a lawyer between a lawyer and a cop, so I'm a little worried here. So. But with that, good afternoon, everyone. Especially our distinguished guests, Admiral Bushman and Admiral Timmy. Commodore Maluski and Commodore Vermato, and everyone else that's in here in person attending this national board and virtually. I also wanted to personally thank both Admiral Bushman and Admiral Timmy for taking time out of their busy schedule to come here to not only participate in the national board, but also provide inspirational remarks. But that just goes to show you how important you are to the Coast Guard, with that many flag representation, especially with the Coast Guard Commandant coming in tomorrow. Once again, the theme this past week has been great to see everyone in person, and I can truly say I've been, in the Chief Director's role now for 8 months. So I've worked with a lot of you either virtually or on the phone, and getting to meet you the first time in person has been a privilege and an honor for me. So it's been great this entire week. As far as recapping this entire week, all I can say is, wow. I'm continually, ever since I took over as a Chief Director, I'm continually impressed day in and day out of your professionalism, your devotion to duty, your hard work, and all that you do for the Coast Guard. If you remember when I came out with the ALOX 021-21, right when I took over as the Chief Director, I also have a very, very special place in my heart for the auxiliary. As a young kid growing up in Plymouth, Massachusetts, it was a Coast Guard auxiliary that attracted me to the Coast Guard. I had a recreational boating safety course. And then shortly after that, they recruited me for AIM, and the rest is history. But I want to thank you, because if it wasn't for you, I would definitely be wearing a different uniform. Nothing against our DoD brethren, but I'm so excited that I'm having this opportunity here. Let's see, before I get into some BSX stuff, I wanted to introduce some of the new members. You saw our staff, there was an introduction this morning, but I really want to introduce some of our new staff that over the past 2 years haven't been able to meet personally. I know you probably worked a lot with them virtually or on the phone. So the first person is going to be Lieutenant Chris Booth. He's in the back. If you can go ahead and stand up, Chris. So, well, he's got his pants on there. So he's the assistant branch chief, and he's coming to us from Duluth, Minnesota, where he was the Marine Safety Unit and the senior investigating officer. So thank you. Next up is YN1 Samantha Tober. If you could stand up. So she's coming from to us from the Coast Guard cutter Hollyhock, which is home ported in Port Huron. One thing to note, it just shows you how amazing our staff is. So YN1 was recognized as the enlisted petty officer of the quarter this past summer off all of Coast Guard headquarters. So that just shows you how amazing the staff is there. All right, Master Chief, you're up now. So many of you know we've gotten a chance to work with Master Chief O'Connell over the past 3 to 4 years. He's since retired back in October. So this summer, Master Chief checked in with me, and he's reporting in from Yorktown, where he was a member of the standardization team. A lot of great knowledge that he's going to help bring here to BSX. And in fact, he's already done, I get to in some of my remarks here, but some of the policy letters all to this help with this individual here. So thank you, Master Chief. All right, now to get to the fun stuff from BSX. There's 5 items I would like to discuss with you today. I've already talked to a little bit throughout this week. First one is COVID-19 protocols. So as you know, we have a requirement right now for auxiliarists that partake in in-person activity to be fully vaccinated. Now, I just want to remind everyone that's not a requirement for auxiliary membership. And the Coast Guard still firmly remains that vaccinations remain highly recommended. But we know how important that in-person activity is, and we've been, within BSX, have been working policy, whether it be a religious accommodation or, I'm sorry, I get those always confused, a medical exemption or religious accommodation, or different procedures that we can have so that those unvaccinated can get back to the in-person. We're about a 90 to 95% solution there. For that, I don't want to state exactly what it is because it may change. We're still running it through legal and through my chain of command, but we hope to have that out in the next month or 2 to get those unvaccinated auxiliaries back into the workforce for in-person activity. The second thing is patrol orders. I know Admiral Bushman mentioned the FSMS and also the plug for auxiliaries that the help wanted that went out, I think it was last week. Steve, correct me if I'm wrong on that. But for those who don't know, the fiscal year 22 patrol orders have continued. They're continually to go through and be processed. It is a little slow. That is due to some of the district funding models that we have. We've since corrected that and have procedures to rectify that, but that usually takes about a week or 2 to do, so they're a little bit slower, but they are being processed. For fiscal year 23, I think we have that all worked out, so we don't have that issue. The big item for those patrol orders are the fiscal year 21. There's about 700 to 800. I don't know the exact ones. I know Master Chief has that. He's been working diligently getting those over to FinCEN. That has been a top priority, and in fact, even through this week here, we've had some emergency type phone calls with FinCEN's task force to get these resolved. And in fact, Master Chief grabbed me right before coming up here on stage, and he had said, hey, that he had just talked to the work group, and starting next Wednesday that's when they're actually going to be they have to manually input this because the transition didn't go over automatically. So that team is starting to physically put that in. Once that process starts, it's about a 30-day, at least a minimum of 30 days that will come, that money will be reimbursed. So In the next month or two, hopefully this, at least the fiscal year 21s will be resolved, and we'll be slowly catching up. And like Admiral Bushnell had mentioned, having the auxiliary force, that's something that you could help us here within the Coast Guard. It's an all hands on deck type of a movement. Third thing is the policy letters. So there was some aviation and surface mishaps that has been ongoing for about 3 to 4 years now. A lot of work from Master Chief O'Connell, and then Master Chief Park did a lot of work in getting all those policy letters out. If you've seen that, I think there was 8 that just went out last month. The one, though, that we did have to hold on was policy letter 2202. The reason that we have to hold on that is as soon as we came out with that, the FAA, since this recommendation came out 4 years ago, their interpretation may have changed about the call sign designation. So we're clarifying that with the FAA, and you should see some resolution here on that in the next couple of weeks. And of course, all of these policies come from mishaps or near mishaps. And it was all a partnership between the Coast Guard's Office of Safety Environmental Health and Office of Boat Forces, Office of Aviation Forces, BSX, and of course, also the auxiliary, both surface and aviation facilities. Next thing I'd like to talk about is the uniform. So as you've seen, we have our 2 uniform the pilot program kicked off. I want to have a shout out to that work group was head on by your VNACO here and also Commander Cruz. With that, it was kicked off in October of this past year. And it was we've already had some discussion with this, but it was Division I South region and D8 Coastal region. The popularity of that has actually increased that we've been able to authorize it to other auxiliary units nationwide. I believe the last count I had from VNACOs, we had 1,400 plus on that, so far, very big success. But we are looking for your feedback because the pilot program will end in calendar year 2022. Lastly, want to talk about the increased request for auxiliary support. We've had a tremendous increase. I've got a laundry list here. I'm not going to go through it because I definitely, by the time I go through all that list, my 5 minutes and 34 seconds will be complete. But in all seriousness, there's just this past, you talk about the FinCEN, but even just yesterday morning, I got an email from PSC asking for Coast Guard Voting Assistance Program and also Coast Guard Casualty Matters Program at headquarters to have that support. So as you can see, there's a whole bunch of missions that I still think that we can integrate with the auxiliary. And that takes me to the next step, which I'm not going to steal NACO's thunder on the Auxiliary Integration Award, but that was an excellent idea that was brought up by NACO. That's helping promote and shape the culture for active duty folks to further integrate auxiliaries into their mission set. In closing, thank you for all that you do for the Coast Guard. I can't thank you enough for that, and also for what you do for the American public. I am so proud to be your Chief Director, and I'm excited to support you over the next 3 to 4 years. Before I depart, and I think I got 4 minutes to go here, one thing that Terry and Captain Walcott, he's not in the room right now, is he? The whole house divided, I can actually share that. I'm a Michigan fan, my whole family. My wife's whole family's Ohio State. So I offer something to think about is we became Purdue fans now, so we meet right in the middle. And they are actually the last Big Ten team in the tournament, and hopefully will remain after tonight. So with that, boiler up and Semper Paratus.
Please. I'm now pleased to have Commodore Bob Schaefer come forward for his remarks.
Thank you. Admirals, Commodores, captains, colleagues, friends, folks at home, and all ships at sea. It's great to be with you again, and thank you, Commodore Maluski, for this opportunity to brief the board on what we've been doing to improve the safety culture in the auxiliary. I want to cover three things: the concept, the plan, and the survey. Now, the concept includes the fundamental things that we're doing to improve our safety culture. We want everyone to be aware of the fundamentals. The auxiliary is a safety organization. We exist to promote recreational boating safety and to help the Coast Guard with their maritime safety and their public safety missions. So many industries, including maritime and hospitals, transportation, aviation, manufacturing, and others, have adopted safety management systems to help them reduce mishaps and increase effectiveness. So as a safety organization, we, even more than industry, must take this same professional approach to safety. Accordingly, we're working on a safety management system, or an SMS, for the auxiliary. Such a safety management system is one of the priorities of our strategic plan, and it's included in a commandant instruction. Do I get to push the green button? There we go. So we have a to develop this safety management system, a team of expert members was assembled into an advisory board. And as you can see by the list of the members, this board includes JEP captains, medical professionals, maritime captains, people with heavy industry safety experience, government safety experts, academics who teach and study safety, and a group of Commodores, including 3 former ANACOs, a former DNACO, and a current DCO. This board includes active duty colleagues from the Coast Guard Office of Safety and Environmental Health as well. So together we began working out the way to build a professional safety program throughout our organization. Now, the foundational elements of any safety management system, these elements sometimes called the 4 pillars, include safety policies, risk management, safety assurance, and safety promotion. After all, we have to have the right safety policies, the rules and regulations and guidance in place, and we have to apply the appropriate risk management principles, assessing and mitigating risks as necessary. We have to know with some degree of assurance that our safety procedures are working and how we can improve them. For there's always room for improvement and always something to learn. And we have to teach the safety lessons that we learn and then promote safety throughout our organization in order for all of this to be effective. So every auxiliarist must know this. It's okay to report and discuss mishaps and mistakes without concern for retribution, reprisal, penalty, or punishment. In short, if you mess up, fess up, because that's how we all learn. This is called a just culture. It's the foundation, the bedrock of a solid safety culture. This just culture makes it possible to have a reporting culture where people are comfortable reporting their mistakes and their mishaps and the hazards. And such reporting informs us and allows us to learn and improve and grow and adapt as necessary. And the sum of all of this stuff is a safety culture where each of us embrace safety as a personal value. A true safety culture is what we're trying to grow, and as with any cultural shift, it will take some time to evolve. So who is in the auxiliary safety program anyway? That's right, you are, all of us are, because every auxiliarist is part of the auxiliary safety program. All Coast Guard members have a personal responsibility for managing risks associated with their individual activities on and off duty, thereby safeguarding themselves, their families, and fellow workers from harm. Now, that's not just a good idea, it's part of a commandant instruction and taken right from the Coast Guard Safety and Environmental Health Manual. So everyone has a role in reporting mishaps and hazards and in promoting safety. Everybody, because of course, fundamentally, we are a safety organization. Now, clearly, an enterprise-wide safety management system must include a national layer and district-level organizations, and it has to be layered down to the flotilla level and linked to every member of the auxiliary. After considerable work and deliberation, we've developed a safety organization proposal, which we've submitted for consideration. I'll describe some of the key elements of the plan. At the national level, there will be 2 safety entities, an advisory board of experts and a staff office to carry out the work. This National Safety Board will consist of auxiliarists appointed by the NACO and should include members with expertise in areas of safety focus. Now, this is more than just aviation and surface operations. It includes all auxiliary mission areas and activities, including telecommunications, culinary service, RBS, and everything else that we do. It should also include members with academic or professional expertise in safety, and it will include active duty members from the Coast Guard Office of Safety. The National Safety Board will operate as an independent entity to review safety issues and will provide expert advice and recommendations to the auxiliary leadership. These recommendations can be considered and relied upon by the NACO and the NEXCOM as they formulate national safety policies and procedures. The staff element of the Auxiliary Safety Program is the National Office of Safety Management, and this will be headed by the Assistant National Commodore Safety Management, who will serve as the Chief Safety Officer of the Auxiliary and the Chair of the National Safety Board. The ANACO Safety Management will be assisted by a Deputy ANACO. The staff of the Office of Safety Management will be structured to include the components of a safety management system: policy, risk management, safety assurance, and safety promotion, and will include directors for each of those components. And these directors would build out their staffs as necessary. So that's the plan for the national level, but it's in the districts where things happen. So here's that part of the plan. At the district level, we envisioned that each district commodore would appoint a district safety specialist. The assistant safety specialists may also be appointed as necessary. These district safety specialists and their assistants will work to create a positive safety culture throughout the district. And they'll do this by communicating and promoting, educating, and sharing safety information. They'll also encourage and assist members to report mishaps and hazards. In addition, the district safety specialists will be the representative, the link between the district and the national staff to communicate safety information and concerns. The district safety specialists from all of the districts together will comprise the District Safety Specialist Council. And this group will facilitate communication and the sharing of information among the districts. It will also foster communication between the districts and the National Safety Office. This council will meet periodically, we envision quarterly, and we believe that this group will become extremely useful both to the districts and to the National Safety Organization for sharing ideas and best practices. As for the rest of the district safety structure, well, we want to allow the districts the flexibility to develop the safety staff organizations that will work for their districts. Every district is different, so there's no one-size-fits-all model. We will listen to and work with the districts, will offer resources and suggestions, and will assist in any way we can. This will be a process of learning, a process of collaboration, and of continuous improvement. So there's the concept and the plan to improve our safety culture, but how will we know if any of this stuff works? What kind of a safety culture do we have now? Heck, do we even have a safety culture now? Well, we need a way to measure and evaluate our members' perceptions about safety. We need to make such measurements now, and then again in the future to see if anything has changed. So accordingly, working with our colleagues in the Coast Guard Office of Safety, we've developed an auxiliary safety climate survey. And this survey was inspired by a similar survey that the active duty Coast Guard uses to assess the safety culture in active duty units. We're working with our colleagues in the M Directorate to present this survey to every member of the auxiliary. This survey was designed to assess our members' perceptions about auxiliary safety and to expose opportunities for improvement. The survey is voluntary and the responses will remain anonymous. Participants can skip items and can discontinue taking the survey at any time. Certain basic demographic information regarding auxiliary offices will be recorded. However, no information regarding name, age, and ethnicity or gender will be collected. And no one will make any effort to associate responses with any individual's identity. We're simply seeking our members' thoughts on just and reporting culture, policy, safety leadership, risk management, resources, and safety buy-in. For the most part, the safety responses will be on a 5-point scale spanning from strongly agree to strongly disagree, and there'll be a free text field where members can offer comments, examples, points of improvement, or whatnot. Auxiliary safety personnel, assisted by the Coast Guard Office of Safety, will retrieve and analyze the results of the survey when it's been completed, and only aggregated results will be reported. We anticipate repeating the survey periodically to evaluate changes to our safety culture over time. And we ask that auxiliary leaders at all levels help us promote the participation in the survey and emphasize the opportunity that it gives members to provide candid feedback in an anonymous forum. We're asking you to support this survey and to encourage your members to support it as well. So there's the concept, the plan, and the survey. We're respectfully requesting that you support both our organizational plan and the safety survey, and we believe that these things will help us to embrace an enhanced safety culture auxiliary-wide, resulting in reduced mishaps and increased effectiveness. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you for your support of a safer auxiliary.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Good job. The announcements.
After our break, we'll go right into the awards. So when we flip the chart over, we'll start the lineup process over here again. Thank you.
I reconvene the meeting of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary National Board. In lieu of a roll call, I will ask the Deputy National Commodores to confirm the presence of their respective district commodores. Commodore Barth.
Planning, west, east, whether all
It's been a long week.
Yes, it has.
Commodore Mullally.
5 out of 6.
Commodore Kirkwood.
All present.
All? Oh, there we go. Thank you. As National Commodore, I confirm the presence of members of NEXCOM and the president of the National Association of Commodores.
Captain Glenda, I do believe you're up, and I would ask that Vice Admiral Bushman, Rear Admiral Timmy, and Commodore Molesky go to the floor in front of the podium, please.
This is why I brought the water for all these awards here, so. I am honored to be given the opportunity to recognize some of our dedicated members for their exemplary service between November 2018 and October 2020. Everyone, please hold your applause till the end. The Auxiliary Distinguished Service Medal recognizes auxiliaries who distinguish themselves by contributing exceptional, meritorious, and distinguished service to the Coast Guard Auxiliary, the Coast Guard, and the nation. We have 2 Auxiliary Distinguished Service Medals to present. Commodore Susan Davies, please come forward. Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Distinguished Service Medal to Commodore Susan A. Davies, the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore Davies is cited for exceptional meritorious service to the government of the United States in a position of great responsibility as Assistant National Commodore for Information Technology, also known as ANACO IT, from November 2018 to October 2020. She oversaw day-to-day management of the Auxiliary's National IT Directorates and was in charge of providing dependable, high-quality IT services to the Auxiliary's 23,000 members, the Coast Guard, and the public. Commensurate with this daunting responsibility, she was the auxiliary lead for the Coast Guard's $11.4 million multi-year AUX Data 2 modernization project. This massive overhaul of the obsolete AUX data information system enabled the Coast Guard to accelerate into its future by setting new standards for information systems development, procurement, and management. Working closely with a diverse project team of vendor representatives, IT project managers, the Office of Chief Director of Auxiliary, and auxiliary subject matter experts, she seamlessly synchronized their myriad activities on requirements, definitions, review, and user acceptance testing. Despite multiple challenges, including the lengthy federal government shutdown in January 2019 and the unprecedented impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, she superbly guided her project shipmates to system delivery ahead of schedule and on budget. Her efforts were invaluable to blazing the new trail for the Coast Guard to follow in a strategic shift to software as a service information system management. She also led national IT staff in handling over 5,500 help desk tickets, maintaining over 40 mission-critical systems in the auxiliary IT portfolio, and resolving diverse cyber and IT interface issues. Commodore Davies' leadership, dedication, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Carl L. Schultz, Admiral, U.S. Coast Guard Commandant. Thank you, Commodore Davies. You may be seated. Oh, I think we're going to be standing up again here shortly. So, Commodore Larry King, please come forward. Citation and accompanying the award of the Auxiliary Distinguished Service Medal to Commodore Larry L. King, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore King is cited for exceptional meritorious service to the government of the United States in a position of great responsibility as National Commodore from November 2018 to October 2020. His strategic vision and emphasis on mission, leadership, and excellence inspired the Auxiliary to deliver superb support to the Coast Guard and nation despite extraordinary challenges. He led the Commandant's multi-year AUX data information system modernization project to on time and on budget completion, yielding state-of-the-art software as a service support to auxiliary program management. Commodore King coordinated the first service-wide gap analysis that garnered 100% participation by operational commands and identified myriad opportunities to bring resource shortfalls with auxiliary assets. He navigated the auxiliary to successful AUX Scout program implementation, markedly expanding maritime training and service prospects for teenage members of the auxiliary and Sea Scouts. A consummate crisis response manager, his ardent advocacy to authorize mission activity paved the way for auxiliarists to provide over 212,000 hours of Coast Guard support, along with boundless compassion to help Coast Guard families during the 35-day federal government shutdown in January of 2019. Despite that challenge and the unprecedented impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, his inspirational leadership directly resulted in the auxiliary's delivery of more than 4.8 million hours of operational and administrative support to Coast Guard missions, over 273,000 vessel examinations and marine dealer visits, more than 54,000 hours of public education, and over 665 lives and $51 million in property saved. Commodore King's leadership, dedication, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Carl L. Schultz, Admiral, U.S. Coast Guard, Commandant. Thank you, Commodore King. You may be seated. The Auxiliary Legion of Merit is awarded for service comparable to the Auxiliary Distinguished Service Medal, but in a duty of lesser, though considerable responsibility. We have 2 Auxiliary Legion of Merit awards to present. Commodore Alex Molesky, Citation and Company Award of the Auxiliary Legion of Merit to Commodore Alexander J. Molesky, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore Molesky is cited for outstanding meritorious service as Vice National Commodore from November 2018 to October 2020. Responsible for smooth and effective management of 15 national program directorates and over 590 national staff members, he spearheaded several initiatives that greatly improved the auxiliary's capacity to provide exceptional service to the Coast Guard and nation. He steered the first auxiliary service-wide gap analysis to garner 100% participation by Coast Guard operational commands, closely collaborating with regional auxiliary leaders and their sector, air station, and major command counterparts to comprehensively identify new and diverse opportunities for Coast Guard units to bridge resource shortfalls with auxiliary assets. He superbly harmonized this analysis with his ardent advocacy for the Incident Management Auxiliary Communications Cell, also known as IMAC. He significantly raised IMAC awareness in the eyes of the Coast Guard's Director of Operations Logistics, also known as DOL, and Chief of Emergency Response and Disaster Preparedness, also known as CGOEM, and adeptly marshaled auxiliary resources to provide over 6,750 hours of support to the Coast Guard's response to Category 5 hurricanes, Michael in 2018 and Dorian in 2019. This included rapid development of auxiliary emergency management experts to the Hurricane Dorian Surge Staffing Branch. As a direct result of his inspirational leadership, auxiliaries delivered over 4.8 million hours of operational and administrative support to Coast Guard missions, over 273,000 vessel examinations and marine dealer visits, more than 54,000 hours of public education, and over 665 lives and $51 million in property saved. Commodore Molesky's ability, diligence, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Carl L. Schultz, Admiral, U.S. Coast Guard, Commandant. Thank you, Commodore Molesky. Miss Amanda Constant, please come forward. Citation to the Company Award of the Auxiliary Legion of Merit to Miss Amanda L. Constant, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Ms. Constant is cited for outstanding meritorious service as Deputy Director, Computer Software and Systems from November 2018 to October 2020. She coordinated day-to-day management of auxiliary design, development, production, and maintenance of the auxiliary's information technology, equipment, and systems, including delivery of timely and high-quality computer system support for the auxiliary's 16 regions, 17 national directorates, and 23,000 members. Her vast IT and commercial software expertise earned her designation as the lead auxiliary technical advisor for the Coast Guard's $11.4 million multi-year AUX data modernization project. This massive overhaul of the obsolete AUX data information system enabled the Coast Guard to accelerate into its future by setting new standards for information systems development, procurement, and management. Her technical acumen and keen programmatic insight were vital to successfully translating over 130 top-level system needs into new technical requirements. Her meticulous attention to detail facilitated verification of data mapping accuracy for 35,000 auxiliary records. Despite multiple challenges, including the 35-day partial federal government shutdown and the unprecedented impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, she delivered tireless support that yielded system delivery ahead of schedule and on budget. Her efforts were invaluable to blazing the trail for the Coast Guard's strategic shift to software as a service information systems management. Committed to superb service, she performed over 2,040 hours ensuring AUX data modernization and auxiliary computer software and systems support met the highest standards of quality and timeliness. Ms. Constant's ability, diligence, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Carl L. Schultz, Admiral, U.S. Coast Guard, Commandant. Thank you, Ms. Constant. You may be seated. The Distinguished Public Service Award is granted in recognition of notable services that have greatly contributed to the advancement of the missions and goals of the Coast Guard. Commodore Vincent Pika, please come forward. Citation and accompanying award of the Distinguished Public Service Award to Commodore Vincent T. Pika, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. The Commandant of the Coast Guard takes great pleasure in presenting the Coast Guard Distinguished Public Service Award to Commodore Vincent T. Pika, U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, in recognition of his service as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Coast Guard Auxiliary Association to the nation, the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard Auxiliary from November 2018 to October 2020. Demonstrating keen financial management and organizational skills, he led major initiatives and significantly improved association efficiency and value to its more than 23,000 members, the Coast Guard, and the boating public. By meticulously scrutinizing expenditures, he significantly identified and implemented many cost-saving measures. These included travel management changes, staff consolidations, and merger of the association's warehouse with the Coast Guard's Auxiliary National Supply Center in Granite City, Illinois. As a direct result of a superb management of association resources, he enabled the corporation to save over $40,000 in an annual warehouse operating and maintenance costs and finish its 2019 fiscal year with a remarkable $123,000 surplus, which improved association member benefits and revenue sharing with auxiliary units. He launched the association's Campaign for Zero, which prudently applied gifts, donations, and grants that increased the number of boating safety instructors and provided them with improved training and equipment. He greatly enhanced the value of association membership, creating an attractive new quarterly Benefits of Membership newsletter that significantly raised member awareness of benefits that he greatly expanded through personal outreach, like discounts at dozens of commercial establishments. Commander Pika's dedication, professionalism, and unwavering support of the Coast Guard are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Vice Admiral Scott A. Bushman, Deputy Commandant for Operations. Thank you, Commodore Pika. You may be seated. The Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal is awarded to auxiliarists who have contributed exceptional meritorious service to the Coast Guard or auxiliary. We have 9 Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medals to present today. Commodore Gus Formato, please come forward. Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a second, to Mr. Augustino Formato, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore Formato is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Deputy National Commodore, Recreational Boating Safety in Atlantic Area East from November 2018 to October 2020. He was responsible for smooth and effective management of 3 national directorates, 5 regions, and 80 national staff positions that administered the auxiliary support to Coast Guard's recreational boating safety mission. His superb organization skills were instrumental to achieving 100% Coast Guard operational command participation in the auxiliary's service-wide gap analysis that identified diverse opportunities for Coast Guard units to bridge resource shortfalls with auxiliary assets. He expanded the auxiliary life jacket wear observation program to 20 states and oversaw successful auxiliary Sea Scout youth development program testing and subsequent rollout across all 5 auxiliary regions in his area. As a direct result of his inspirational leadership, Atlantic Area East auxiliaries delivered over 2.7 million hours of operational and administrative support to Coast Guard missions, over 161,900 vessel examination and marine dealer visits, more than 20,900 hours of public education, and over 250 lives saved and $12.7 million in property saved. Commodore Formato's dedication and devotion to duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Richard Timmy, Rear Admiral, U.S. Coast Guard, Assistant Commandant for Prevention Policy. Thank you, Commodore Formato. Commodore Linda Merriman, please come forward. Citation and Company Award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a fourth, to Commodore Linda M. Merriman, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore Merriman is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Deputy National Commodore, Information Technology and Planning for November 2018 to October 2020. Applying exceptional programmatic insight and managerial skill, she supervised 2 Assistant National Commodores, 4 National Directorates, and over 110 National Staff positions that administered the auxiliary support to Coast Guard mission performance, monitoring, and information management. She oversaw auxiliary support of the Coast Guard's $11.4 million multi-year AUX data modernization project, superbly guiding her team to system delivery ahead of schedule and on budget despite multiple challenges, including the lengthy 2019 federal government shutdown and the unprecedented impacts of the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. She ensured National Information Technology staff adeptly handled more than 5,500 help desk tickets, maintained over 40 mission-critical information systems, and quickly resolved diverse cyber and system interface issues. She worked closely with the National Commodore to create the 2018 to 2024 National Strategic Plan and developed a comprehensive tracking and reporting system that kept national leadership abreast of organizational progress. Commodore Merriman's dedication and devotion to duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Richard Timmy, Rear Admiral, U.S. Coast Guard, Assistant Commandant for Prevention Policy. Thank you, Commodore Merriman. Commodore Peter Jensen, please come forward. Citation to the Company of the Award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal to Commodore Peter Jensen, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore Jensen is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Assistant National Commodore, FORSCOM, from November 2018 to October 2020. Applying exceptional leadership, he supervised 3 national directorates, 196 national staff positions, and day-to-day administration of the auxiliary's expansive array of programs that supported Coast Guard mission performance, outreach, and readiness. He significantly enhanced auxiliary augmentation of Coast Guard missions, including provision of 31 auxiliary chaplains, 24 auxiliary healthcare professionals, auxiliary support of 23 Coast Guard recruiting officers, and 545 auxiliary food service specialists who delivered over 27,000 hours of culinary support in 2019. He led the training director's development of 38 courses for its online auxiliary classroom and establishment of a comprehensive 5-level leadership training program. Upon short-fused imposition of a new introduction to risk management training mandate, he developed detailed training metrics that accurately monitored progress and motivated timely completion by over 12,000 auxiliarists. He also innovatively formed auxiliary public affairs rapid response teams and significantly improved auxiliary award processing. Commodore Jensen's dedication and devotion and duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest tradition of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Who are they signed by? Okay, that's all right. All right, that's all right. All right. Commodore Robert Lauer, please come forward. Citation in the Company Award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a third, to Commodore Robert M. Lauer, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore Lauer is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Director, Public Education from November 2018 to October 2020. Demonstrating exceptional administrative and organizational skill, he led 5 national divisions and oversaw the day-to-day administration and management of the auxiliary's expansive array of boating safety education programs. This included constant coordination with the National Executive Committee, the National Board, 16 regional public education programs, and management of 23 national staff positions. He was a driving force behind improvements in the Auxiliary Instructor Corps, including complete revision of the Instructor Developmental Course, creation of the comprehensive 2020 Instructor Workshop, and establishment of the Commodore Dan Maxim Award to recognize excellence in education among the best auxiliary instructors. Astutely aware of the public's need for new instructional courses, he spearheaded development of attractive youth educational products, including Boats and Kids and Kids and Paddlecraft, both designed for after-school programs as well as new adult workshops and seminars like Introduction to Boating Safety, Waypoints, and Waterfowl Hunting and Boating Safety. Commodore Lauer's dedication and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Commodore Lauer. Commodore David Porter, please come forward. Citation and Company Award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a second, to Commodore David G. Porter, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore Porter is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Assistant National Commodore, diversity from November 2018 to October 2020. A consummate and considerate leader, he attentively oversaw the day-to-day administration and management of the auxiliary's expansive array of diversity and workforce development services. This included constant coordination with the National Executive Committee, the National Board, and 16 executive committees and their regional diversity program managers. His ardent promotion of auxiliary diversity values and objectives yielded an increase of more than 236 nominations for the National Commodore's 3-Star Diversity Award over the previous year. He spearheaded the diversity of mission concept and created the auxiliary jobs that helped members get involved in auxiliary programs and qualifications. He creatively added a news and events blog to the National Diversity website, which helped increase site visits by more than 2,600 hits. A supportive and enthusiastic shipmate, he provided invaluable auxiliary programmatic insight to the Coast Guard Office of Diversity, ensuring inclusion of auxiliary perspective, consideration, and concern in its development of diversity and inclusion strategies. Commodore Porter's dedication and devotion to duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Commodore Porter. Commodore Robert Schaefer, please come forward. Citation, the accompanying award of the Coast Guard Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a third, to Commodore Robert T. Schaefer, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Commodore Schaefer is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Assistant National Commodore, Recreational Boating from November 2018 to October 2020. Demonstrating exceptional leadership, he supervised 3 national directorates and 79 national staff positions and oversaw day-to-day administration of the auxiliary's expansive array of recreational boating safety programs. His extraordinary attentiveness, initiative, and diplomacy provided invaluable in his negotiations with Boat Ed and ultimately led to the auxiliary's attractive new boating safety course, Boat America, at a greatly reduced cost. A consummate missionary and host, he significantly advanced the auxiliary's international profile by coordinating a remarkable, successful visit of Japanese Coast Guard representatives, providing them with auxiliary unit visits and patrol experience, and inspiring them to seek the gamut of auxiliary policy, resources needed to create a Japanese Coast Guard auxiliary. He markedly improved the auxiliary's paddlecraft safety outreach and its engagement with partner organizations, including the U.S. Power Squadrons, National Safe Boating Council, American Canoe Association, and National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. Commodore Schaefer's dedication and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Commodore Schaefer. Mr. Kevin Redden, please come forward. Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal to Mr. Kevin Redden, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Mr. Redden is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Deputy Director, Performance Measurement from November 2018 to October 2019, and Director from October 2019 to October 2020. Exercising exceptional leadership and programmatic expertise, he supervised 3 national divisions and oversaw the day-to-day administration and management of the auxiliary's expansive array of performance measurement reports. This included constant coordination with the National Executive Committee, the National Board, 16 executive committees, and a management of 19 national staff positions. He oversaw development of 420 reports covering analytic metrics on auxiliary units, members, mission, and trends. His auxiliary core training reports provided invaluable unit-by-unit and course-by-course tracking of each member's training and renewal needs. Demonstrating an extraordinary initiative, he led rapid creation of new unit election eligibility reports when the AUX Data 2 modernization project caused existing reports to become unreliable. He developed an innovative tracking and routing system that facilitated seamless development, tracking, and processing of more than 300 high-quality formatted auxiliary awards for the 2020 National Conference. Mr. Redden's dedication and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Mr. Redden. Mr. Bruce Johnson, please come forward. Citation and accompanying award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal to Mr. Bruce Johnson, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Mr. Johnson is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Division Chief, Youth Programs from November 2018 to October 2020. Demonstrating exceptional leadership, he supervised 6 national branches, 10 national staff positions, and the day-to-day administration of the auxiliary's expansive array of youth development programs, spearheaded by the groundbreaking Auxiliary Sea Scout Youth Development Program, also known as AUX Scout. As chairman of the Auxiliary Sea Scout Work Group, he was instrumental in shaping the Memorandum of Agreement between the Auxiliary and Boy Scouts of America that forged unprecedented bonds between them. Exercising meticulous attention to detail, he led the development of comprehensive guidance for highly successful AUX Scout program, pilot program in 2 auxiliary regions. This laid the foundation for development of thorough standard operating procedures and a communication plan that were rolled out nationwide by both organizations. An ardent advocate, he delivered countless programs briefings at all organizational levels, tirelessly resolved all queries and concerns, and secured the AUX Scout program's successful launch as a new youth training tool with clear recruiting benefits for the Coast Guard and Auxiliary. Mr. Johnson's dedication and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Terry Barth, please come forward to receive this award. Citation and accompanying award of the Auxiliary Meritorious Service Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a second, to Ms. Teresa A. Barth, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Ms. Barth is cited for meritorious service in the performance of duty as Executive Assistant to National Commodore from November 2018 to October 2020. Constantly exhibiting exceptional diplomacy and attention to detail, she ensured that all communications and coordination among the Auxiliary National Executive Committee, also known as NEXCOM, auxiliary district leaders, and over 195 auxiliary national staff members were handled promptly and professionally. She adeptly coordinated over 50 NEXCOM video conferences and numerous conference calls, and quickly issued detailed minutes that provided auxiliary leaders with valuable notes, records, and references. She meticulously maintained an invaluable administrative task list that kept the NEXCOM apprised of required reports, award nomination deadlines, and travel and logistics considerations. Her conscientious planning ensured all auxiliary national board meetings remained on track and achieved all objectives. Exercising superb diplomacy and executive administrative skills, she expertly coordinated attendance of dozens of international and other boating safety partners at all auxiliary national conferences. Her commitment to excellent service profoundly and positively enhanced the auxiliary's image and reputation. Ms. Barth's dedication and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Thank you, Ms. Barth. You may be seated. We got, I think, one more. We now have the privilege of recognizing the 2019 and 2020 Auxiliarist of the Year with the Auxiliary Commendation Medal, a keeper plaque that mirrors the plaque of all past Auxiliarists of the Year and which is mounted in Coast Guard headquarters in Washington, D.C., will also be presented. The Auxiliarist of the Year award recognizes the most exemplary performance by an eligible auxiliarist during the calendar year. Only those auxiliarists who consistently demonstrated sustained and exceptional standards of proficiency, conduct, uniform appearance, initiative, and performance of duty that achieved results which reflected the highest quality of teamwork and customer service are considered for nomination. This award parallels the awards for the Coast Guard Enlisted Person of the Year and the Civilian Employee of the Year. Mr. Michael Barth, please come forward. Citation and accompanying the award of the Auxiliary Commendation Medal to Mr. Michael A. Barth, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Mr. Barth is cited for outstanding achievement while serving as a member of the 1st District Southern Region, Flotilla 5-11, from January to December 2019. As Assistant Director Staff Officer for Public Affairs, he cultivated extraordinary relationships with several agencies in Metro New York, including the National Park Service, Alexander Hamilton Awareness Society, and Sea Scouts. He coordinated many events attended by thousands of people, which yielded dozens of Coast Guard recruiting leads and highlighted Coast Guard diversity and history. These included a Women's History Month seminar honoring women in the Coast Guard and celebration of Alexander Hamilton's birthday. Both led to the Hamilton Grange National Memorial in Manhattan. He led a contingent of 19 auxiliarists that provided ship tours of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Catherine Walker and U.S. Coast Guard cutter Lawrence Lawson to more than 2,000 visitors during Fleet Week. He also became the Auxiliary Regional Award Coordinator, providing the District Director of Auxiliary with superb and expedited award writing and processing assistance. Devoted to professional development and service, he qualified in 3 new competencies and logged over 2,000 hours of activity. Mr. Barth's dedication, judgment, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Vice Admiral Scott A. Bushman, Deputy Commandant for Operations. Thank you, Mr. Marth. You may be seated. Mr. Patrick Brown, please come forward. Mr. Brown has already been presented his Auxiliary Commendation Medal at his local district training conference. However, due to the prestigious nature of this award, we want to read the citation of this award at this venue as well. Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Commendation Medal to Mr. Patrick M. Brown, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Mr. Brown is cited for outstanding achievement while serving as a member of 8th District Eastern Region, Flotilla 11-5, from January to December 2020. At the COVID-19 pandemic's outset, he immediately stepped forward as National Branch Chief for Media Video to provide safe and secure remote conduct of all auxiliary national, district, division, and flotilla elections. He insightfully managed the auxiliary's electronic polling website and immediately resolved concerns as they arose. He was instrumental to the development of the election of unit officers through the use of electronic means, standard operating procedure, a comprehensive policy documented issued by the Chief Director of Auxiliary that established groundbreaking procedures for the auxiliary's virtual elections. His meticulous efforts enabled rapid auxiliary-wide familiarization with this new technology, facilitated successful conduct of over 1,000 time-sensitive auxiliary elections, ensured auxiliary leadership continuity despite the pandemic's restrictive impacts, and resoundingly proved the efficiency of virtual elections. Devoted to professional development and service, he also maintained currency as an instructor and vessel examiner and logged over 745 hours activity. Mr. Brown's dedication, judgment, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Vice Admiral Scott A. Bushman, Deputy Commandant for Operations. Thank you, Mr. Brown. The next award this evening, or this afternoon, recognizes a truly outstanding auxiliarist. The presentation of the Auxiliary Commendation Medal recognizes the auxiliarist who earned the 2020 Commodore Charles S. Greenoff Inspirational Leadership Award. This award recognized the most exemplary performance by a flotilla commander during the calendar year. Only those flotilla commanders who consistently demonstrated unwavering leadership prowess, a keen sense of ethical conduct, commitment to the spirit and intent of diversity, and who earned the highest esteem and admiration of others are considered for this nomination. The 2020 Greenoff Inspirational Leadership Award is Mr. Alexander Rico, Flotilla Commander 5-11, 1st District, Southern Region. Mr. Rico, would you please come forward? Citation to accompany the award of the Auxiliary Commendation Medal to Mr. Alexander R. Rico, United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Mr. Rico is cited for outstanding achievement while serving as Flotilla Commander, Flotilla 5-11, 1st District, Southern Region, from January 2020 to December 2020. Demonstrating remarkable enthusiasm and astute vision, he immediately implemented a three-pronged strategy focused on recruitment, community relations, and adherence to unit traditions that rejuvenated flotilla operations across the upper Manhattan region. Applying impressive collaborative skills, he forged several new relationships with the recreational boating safety partners, including the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation. His infectious optimism permeated Flotilla 5-11 with a can-do attitude that enabled it to overcome the oncoming challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a direct result of his creative and ardent leadership, the flotilla innovatively leveraged technology to keep membership connected and committed to training and professional development, compiled over 8,000 hours of service, and increased enrollment by 20%. A superb shipmate, he also performed over 100 hours in creating the flotilla's first ever newsletter called The Daymark, an attractive new publication that greatly enhanced public awareness of auxiliary programs and missions. Mr. Rico's dedication, judgment, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended and are in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard and the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. Signed, Captain Troy P. Glendy, Chief, Office of Auxiliary and Boating Safety. Thank you, Mr. Rico. All right, the final award this afternoon/evening recognizes the incredible efforts of the 2020 Association for Rescue at Sea Award recipients. The silver medal is awarded annually to a deserving Coast Guard auxiliarist for a heroic rescue for lives saved in either inland or coastal waters. Auxiliarist Shelley Markle and Gary Markle, would you please come forward? Oh, I already did. You're ahead of me, one step ahead of me. That's what the auxiliary, one step ahead of the active duty, right? The silver medal is awarded to the auxiliarist Shelley Markle and Gary Markle, who are recognized for their superior performance of duty during the 8 August 2020 rescue of an individual from a distressed situation near Chicago, Illinois. Shortly after departing from Station Chicago, Mr. and Mrs. Markle overheard a distress call on Channel 16 reporting a drowning victim submerging and resurfacing. Acting swiftly, Mr. and Mrs. Markle notified the Coast Guard Station Chicago and quickly diverted towards the location of the incident. After arriving on scene, auxiliarist Gary Markle immediately entered the water to help bring the unresponsive victim to a nearby vessel. Astutely noting the victim's lung condition, he recommended placement of the victim on their stomach to help prevent asphyxiation from any water which may have been trapped in the lungs. Auxiliarist Gary Markle then proceeded to coordinate and transport first responders to the scene of the emergency. Following the victim being brought aboard the Good Samaritan vessel, Auxiliary Shelley Markle quickly applied critical life-saving CPR. Auxiliary Shelley Markle continued to provide CPR throughout the duration of the emergency until personnel from Chicago Fire and EMS arrived on scene. Thanks to the heroic efforts and operational skill in the performance of duty of auxiliaries Gary and Shelley Markle, the victim during this emergency was able to be rescued from certain tragedy. Thank you, Auxiliary Shelley and Gary Markle. All right, and thank you now, Admiral Bushman, Admiral Timmy, Commodore Maluski, for presenting these awards, and congratulations to all awardees.
We would now like to recognize some of our active duty members that will be retiring.
Will the following please come forward? Director of Auxiliary, Suzanne Heeman, D8E and D8WR. OTO, Chief Warrant Officer, Heath Smith, D5SR. Okay. Retiring but not in attendance, Commander Scott Williams, D8, Coastal Region. Commander Darkeem Brown, D13. Lieutenant Commander Morgan Roper, D17. Chief Warrant Officer Douglas Schubert, D5NR. Chief Warrant Officer Troy Shum, D14. And would Commander Edgardo Cruz please come forward, retiring 29 April.
Okay, they gave me the mic to make a quick comment. I just really want to say it has been such a pleasure to be a director and to get to know as many auxiliaries as I have. And as you heard, I've got sucked into the machine, and I'm helping out at the association. So my face will be around. But I do feel like COVID stole some time from me. So it's a shame to have to leave. but I really want to thank you all and just let you all know how much the auxiliary means to me as well. I am like Captain Glendy. I was an Aimster, so the auxiliary brought me into the Coast Guard and brought me here, and so I can't thank you all enough. Thank you.
We have another one, by the way. He grabbed me in the hall yesterday. He grabbed me in the hall. Hello. Anyway, you can hear me. But they can't hear me. It works. He grabbed me in the hall the other day and said they passed that investigations directorate. He goes, I'm joining. I'm an investigator. I'm going to do this right away. So now we got you. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to work with all of you. It's been an amazing experience, learning something new. And there's a perk about joining the auxiliary. If I join the auxiliary, I will be in the same flotilla as a walking legend, someone that has as many auxiliary of the year awards as the New York Yankees have championship. Steve Minutolo. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Glenn. We won't miss you. We're happy you're around.
Congratulations on those about to retire, and best of luck in your next chapter.
And NACO would turn to me and say, do you have any announcements, Mrs. Bart? And I do, so sorry. Okay, as a reminder, Admiral Schultz will be speaking tomorrow at 0800 in this room. The workshops will resume immediately following his remarks, and the uniform for that will be tropical blue. Seating we'll have our head table, and then past that seating will be open. So, transportation to the airport on Saturday and Sunday. The shuttles begin running at 5 a.m. and the last runs until 10:30 p.m. To take the shuttle to the airport, just wait in the hotel lobby and the shuttle driver will come in and announce airport. The shuttle runs about every 30 minutes. And reminder, NACON 2022 is just around the corner. The dates are August 15th to the 21st, once again at the Rosen Center in Orlando, Florida. So we hope to see all of you there. And then once this meeting is adjourned, if the National Board and Chiefs of Staff would just kind of come over here, we'll go out and have a picture taken.
Thank you, Terry. Before we wrap up, I just want to thank each and every person here for being here and for doing what you did. You know, we did some important work this week, and the fact that we got to do it in person, that was amazing. You know, we're moving this organization, towards the future. I always think of those remarks by Admiral Currier. If you're not thinking 5 years ahead, next thing you're going to see is the taillights. Well, we're still looking at the headlights behind us. We're doing great, so thank you so much. I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting of the National Board. Jeff Geddes, Pat Ferry, second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.